calorie breakfast, others give you room to spread out, space to stay productive, or extended stay comforts. So whether you're a traveling fan or part of the team, Marriott Bonvoy celebrates the moments that live on before and after the game. Marriott Bonvoy, where game day checks in.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos, and it's a program that welcomes you to participate in a wide variety of ways by texting in to our Air Comfort Service text inbox at 314-399-9646, by calling in to the Collier and Thompson phone lines, where Chairman Kurt will filter your phone calls at 314-974-0101, opening up your YouTube app, typing in TMA STL, and then watching the program. And if you'd like, you can talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And then you can email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com, which comes your way on the Polos Plus dossier at approximately 9:45. And, Doug, this is becoming a tradition unlike any other.
What?
The Lifetime Roofing Lead.
Oh.
Online at lifetimeroofingstl.com. They sponsor a critical decision. You have the motorcade coming up short and a questionable no call at the end of that game. You have the Wild collapsing down the stretch in Denver and why their season coming to an end. My Polos Plus dossier has the Doggies with their win last night. Unbelievable. And then the PGA Championship and what Alex Fitzpatrick and Aldrich Potgieter are doing out on the course at Aronimink. They're tied atop the leaderboard as they look to make history.
Okay. Well, you haven't mentioned the lead yet, which is, of course, in St. Louis. It's the play of our St. Louis Redbirds.
Doggies.
St. Louis Redbirds.
Doggies.
Battlehawks play Saturday at home.
Livertor was working on a nice little game until he ran into Nick Kurtz with the bases drunk.
I like that bases drunk.
Yeah. And despite the 13-hit barrage, our Redbirds could manage only a couple of runs, and we take a 6-2 drubbing. It's not exciting. It's not an exciting game. It's not a particularly huge game or a pivotal game, I don't think. Nonetheless, in our market, this, I believe, would be the lead.
I would imagine Dustin McClendon and his team at Lifetime Roofing are furious with you right now.
Well,
Jackson had motorcade as the lead. Can't believe it. I think the call should have been made.
Talking about the 3-ball?
No. The trip at the end of regulation.
If he get tangled up. He should have boxed out James Harden on the rebound.
There's the lead.
He let James Harden get the rebound on his own shot. James Harden, not necessarily known for being the most grittiest of basketball players.
no, but he can score.
Boy, howdy.
He can score the basketball. I don't like when people say that.
World class.
Score the basketball?
Yeah. You don't have
Putt
to
the
say
golf ball.
You don't have to say
Hit the baseball.
Right. You don't have to.
Shoot the hockey puck.
Or a nice shot in golf. Oh, good golf shot. What other kind of shot would it be?
How about a hockey trade?
I don't like hockey trade, no.
Jump off the bandwagon, Doug. That's from the mayor of Melville.
Well, I'm not saying I'm on a bandwagon or not. I'm saying in the St. Louis area, when you're on a St. Louis station and the Cardinals are playing and there's not another just enormous sporting event happening somewhere else, this is almost always going to be the lead this time of year.
The Doggies one.
Well, okay.
The Dotems tomorrow.
Another option.
Yeah. Are we going to
Kind of a preview show.
No. This is a preview show. Michael Wellington in studio, both in the 10 o'clock hour of this program and then the award-winning after the morning after from 11 to 12 on the TMA STL YouTube channel. It's doing business as the audio bake sale.
Okay, we're going to do that show again. It kind of hangs over my head like the sword of Damocles.
The fact that we've got another hour.
Mm-hmm.
Well, all the cool kids get to do that show. I have after onboarding, and then I picked up on your show, and caller Adam seemed to be doing a bit, or the phone lines weren't working. So I tried to assist him.
Well, what'd you do?
Texted Papers, and I said, what's the number? I was simply going to call in to see if the phone line worked to determine for sure if it was a bit. Jackson texted me back about an hour after the show and said, sorry, pal. Kind of busy. I just wanted to
he flew
help. I
you
just
off.
wanted to help.
That.
I dialed 1-800 after the after, and nobody picked up.
Now there's friction in the room.
Yep.
This isn't good.
Tried to help.
Martin said, what's the number to call? And he texted me that at 11:41. I responded at 11:56.
And said, sorry,
so,
pal.
hour after the show.
That was Mountain Time.
Don't know.
Mountain Time.
Don't know
So
if
did we
that's
do-
accurate.
Did we determine if it was a problem with the phone?
It's
or
for
was-
sure. I got to get that fixed.
I thought it was a bit. I got to be honest.
No. He does a lot of bits, but that wouldn't be one of them. Because that is an issue we've had with those phone lines before. Then we had the power outage. I think it reverted back to that.
Doug, the power outage ended the phone lines.
Well, it didn't end it. It certainly made it revert back to before I had them fixed.
2026.
Yeah. It seems weird that it's still a problem just to simply call into a radio station.
I was fascinated by it because I wanted to know if it was a bit or not. That's all.
Maybe
That's okay.
caller and Adam can call into this program, Doug. 314-974-0101. Dan Jansen has made this presentation, his personal update on what's going on at the 8th hole at Glen Echo, so that's been fun.
Well, it is the final round today, so I feel like that could be the lead, and it could be an opening for Dan Jansen to call in again. but I feel like he and I have a little tension.
Yeah, there is some tension there. And Doug, I think it just kind of shows you that there were a lot of choices for the lead, and maybe this is something you want to go back to the lab and think through.
No, I think it's still the Redbirds. Still the Redbirds. It's hard to trump anything that they do.
Warson Woods Wacko says, Doug, it's going to be difficult for me to receive your D picks for the next 10 days. I will be remote from the wilderness. That's the Warson Woods Wacko.
Okay, I'll stop sending them.
Tim, I think the lead is our meeting at the University High School last night. A serendipitous moment that I followed up by pleasuring myself to my Tim McKernan fathead once I returned home to my sleeping quarters. What an honor. Also, tell that liberal that I'd like to square off with my poofy 7-iron this afternoon if he's available. That's from little Tommy Trivens, and he rides around on a little tricycle out in the parking lot. He's a neighborhood kid.
There was an event at St. Louis U last night.
Doug, was Jay Delsing to Tim's right, and then Tom O'Neill was next to him?
Tom O'Neill.
Tom O'Toole, also known as Tom. I believe Jay Delsing was to the right of Tim.
That's correct.
And then Tom O'Toole.
It was ranked by the best players from the area.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
And there were two gentlemen to
I'm
Tim's
the
left.
soft cap 6 now.
What was the occasion?
100 years of the, as you call it, University High School golf. The program.
They've been playing golf for 100 years?
That's right. It's new money.
When did the school open?
Doug, that's 1818.
Yikes. 1818. On that very site? Yeah.
I don't believe so.
Crowdsourcing.
Was Skip Burkmeyer on that day?
He's the head coach.
I had a friend of mine sniped a shot.
Little Tommy Trivens by chance?
I don't believe that would be amazing if this friend of mine, this little Tommy Trivens, sent me the picture. And then, let's see, he referenced triple play cut from 3 different C teams. Did you reference that?
That's correct.
Okay. I said, wow, hard to do.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know too many who have. And then when I did make the B team the next year, I did start at second base, and I hope that inspires a lot of kids out there listening to the show. We'll leave out the part where I developed Steve Sachs Chuck Knobloch disease and had 4 errors in one game, which then ended my tenure as the starting second baseman. I think that was at Melville.
They took you out at that point?
Didn't start me, hence heretofore.
After the 4th throwing error from second. It's a tough throw.
And I think that's the thing that people ignore.
Yeah, it's probably the hardest throw on the field.
I saw J.J. Weatherholt field a ground ball last night, and it looked like he took about 5 seconds before throwing over to first base. Maybe I should have done that. And I'd be out there at second base for the Cardinals wearing a Navy cap in protest.
Oh, well.
Timmy, let's learn how to sell spots and dots. It's time. I think it's time to talk about it.
The Morning After with Tim McKernan.
Did you lose that game? You made 4 errors in?
I certainly couldn't contribute offensively.
Oh, gosh.
I was more interested in my stats than the team's success.
Right.
I just think that's
that.
the right way to go about it.
After the 4th error, do you come in throwing your glove or throwing your hat down? How do you respond to that?
When you have 4 errors in a game, is you diversify. So sometimes I'd make, as you acknowledge, that difficult throw directly into the dirt because there's a lot of room between second and first base. And then sometimes I'd throw it over, Doug, it was John Cleary's head, maybe 30 feet.
Oh, really?
So that kind of kept him on his toes. Is this one going into the dirt, or is this going 30 feet over my head?
Yeah. But at least you caught the ground ball.
It wasn't anything I did wrong. He didn't do the job.
That's my quote right there at Melville postgame.
Yeah. The more I hear about it, it sounds like you just didn't have a good first baseman.
Thank you. I didn't want to say that. But yeah, I hope John's looking himself in the mirror right now. Tim, don't feel discouraged. If you were playing baseball, the world would have missed out on your legendary radio career. The world is better for it. That's from Daddy Likey.
Oh, gosh. I have to admit, I struck out 5 times once in an American Legion baseball game. 5 times.
So if the golden sombrero is
what is that?
4.
Platinum, I think.
That's a platinum sombrero?
I think so, yeah. Platinum sombrero. Just swinging right through it. There was nothing I could do to hit a baseball that day. 5 Ks.
Suspend the wacko, Doug. That's from We Too Low. He wants you to suspend him. He's going to the wilderness for the next 10 days.
I should spend him because he can no longer receive my D picks?
Put that off. Snag it.
Pavers was Into the Wild. Was that Tom Hanks' kid?
Are you talking about Colin?
Yeah. Was that the movie where the kid's is stuck out in the wild and he gets emaciated? Have you seen that movie?
Yeah, I've heard of it. It's not Colin. That's Emil Hirsch.
Oh, gee. Sorry. Is that Judd Hirsch's kid?
I don't think so. Maybe.
Doug, Bill and Ted on Broadway just sent in a text. Is Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure now on Broadway? It should be. Keanu Reeves?
Yeah, he just had a new movie, too.
Is that Alex Winter? St. Louis and Kirkwoodian, I think. Am I right on that? Has anybody seen my Nurse? Nurse!
I don't
Nurse!
know. I don't know.
Yes, it is on Broadway.
Wow. What a text inbox name, too, by the way. Bill and Ted on Broadway. 11 o'clock hour? How long are you guys on? I have to be working 7:30, so I only have to, get to listen to a half hour of you all. Yep. Doug said, let's do 5 hours. And
No. It already hangs over my head like the sword of Damocles.
You get to hear about Iggy's dates with the Instacart delivery girl. How can you not enjoy that?
Well, I do enjoy those stories, for sure.
Suspend Dan Jansen, then fire him directly into the sun. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. That's Jugs in D.C.
No.
He does not want us to take his call.
We should absolutely take his call. He's our correspondent for this tournament. And I, for one, like the updates.
Doug, if a second baseman has 4 errors in one game, they are not allowed into our bedroom for our after-game party. That's from the Swing Haven board member, so it sounds like I'm out. You're out, Tom.
4 of them. But you did field the ground ball, though, right? Ground ball,
Yeah,
McKernan, he's got it.
I think that's a half full observation.
Because that's the hard part when you're playing second base.
I'm going to disagree. I think that throw.
The throw from like 30 feet away, that's the hard part.
Apparently.
Ground ball to McKernan, he's got it. Throw to first, my God!
At a certain point, do you field it and then sprint over the bag, tell the first baseman get the hell out of the way, and just try to tag him yourself?
Yeah, could you have run over there and kind of underhanded the ball when you got 10 feet away?
I believe at one point in the film, the Sandlot Smalls, with that hat that you like so much, ran the ball in from the outfield to hand it to one of his teammates. Yeah. That's the approach that if they would have given me another start, I would have taken.
That's what you need, the Benny the Jet type of character to take you aside. And
well, we had John MacArthur on the team, and Doug, he would later start at quarterback at Northwestern, am I right?
I think so.
But athletically, I was more gifted.
Yeah.
And so I think it was a mistake that after the 4 errors that they chose somebody else to play second base.
Politics.
Thank you. See?
Yeah.
I bet Weatherholt will try to have 4 errors in one game so he can be like Tim. That's from MD 2020.
Let's look up the record for errors in a major league game.
Ooh, what do you think that is?
When do you give him the hook? After about 3?
I think there can be a play where a gentleman can have multiple errors.
Oh, yeah.
So that could really help our cause. What do you think? I'll set the over-under
boot
at
it,
4.5.
and then chuck it. There's 2.
In the history of the game.
Yeah.
There's got to be.
Most errors by one team.
No.
I know, but I'm just...
What if Tim's name popped up when you did an AI search?
St. Louis University High School versus Melville.
The baseball history is so weird because you get, like, we're getting into 1905.
No, that counts.
The 4+ errors is what it says here. It's not very good. Give me a moment here.
Okay.
All right, Doug, while Jackson...
A lot of red legs and red stockings and things.
Perfectos, the St. Louis Perfectos. While Jackson looks that up, I'll let people know what it's doing on this Polos Plus dossier. Michael Wellington, a friend of the program, a longtime fill-in host on TMA and the chair of Birdies for Bipolar, will be in studio with us in our 10 o'clock hour, and he's also going to join us on After the Morning After as the Dotem. Doug, balls in the air in 27 hours and 15 minutes.
So from McGreevy today, give us 6 shutty, get on the plane, and show up at Oak Valley. It's pretty simple.
So I do have an update on that, Martin, and I'm glad you reminded me. He said he is legitimately considering it. However, he really just wants to play, and so he might go to one of his local haunts and play 18 before heading down to the old ball yard to see those Kansas City Royals. But he said he may stop by and kiss hands and shake babies.
Oh, okay. What he said.
That's what he said. I'm just reading right out of the prompter. I don't have the ability to add.
So if he does show, it sounds like it's going to be pretty early.
This guy is...
Get up and get after it. Hey, guys.
He's starting today at 2 o'clock Central in Sacramento. Sacramento to St. Louis. Let's say they get to the airport, Martin. We've workshopped this before. You think 7 balls in the air at 7?
St. Louis time, 7-ish. So what's it, about 4 hour flight?
I'm going to say we're landing
11-ish.
11. I'm going to call it 11:30. Just build in.
Yeah, home by midnight-ish.
I guess it's realistic. Again, we utilize that comp of landing in D.C. and going to bed at 2:30. And then getting up and being at the White House by 6:30 when the Cardinals took on the Nationals. So this guy can function without sleep. Plus, he doesn't have to pitch for
I would say you don't
while.
pitch again for days.
Yeah. You can sleep a couple
Let's have a
hours on the
camera
plane.
waiting for him at the airport. When they land, you know, they're on the tarmac, Doug.
Sure.
You'd like to get the squad when they return after a little playoff series.
That was always fun.
And we'll just
Danny
attack.
Cox loved it.
They all really loved to see the press waiting for them when they stepped off the plane.
What did you want to say to the fans?
Is tomorrow a remote? I love a good Tim giggle at a remote as Jackson is mentally tortured. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. Jackson, your thoughts at the remote broadcast from Oak Valley for the Dotem.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. It's always a
Do
fun
you get
adventure.
tight in the morning? Like when you wake up, are you particularly stressed?
Yeah.
Driving down, thinking about it?
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
Are you seriously?
Yes,
Well, there's only so much you can do.
for
Well,
sure.
we always have this talk with him, but it doesn't change.
I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, I get, of course. Well, it's my job. And when I don't know...
But you're not the engineer.
But is there anything you
Right,
could
but
do
the
today
buck
that would
stops here.
change the broad? There's nothing, even driving to get there early, check in with the engineer, Doty. Anything I can do? Are we good? Let's move that cable because Martin might back into it. What else? What can you do?
Nothing, but, doesn't change the fact that I'll be nervous. But we'll be all right. I've got through it every time before. You guys want to know about these errors?
No, yeah,
Sure.
I forgot.
Yeah, absolutely. Hansel and Gretel.
So
breadcrumbs.
there was once Tommy John, the namesake of the surgery,
Sure.
had 3 errors on one play. Someone laid down a bunt. He tried to field it, flubbed the field. So there's error 1. Then sailed the ball over Don Mattingly's head.
Okay.
There's error 2. And then as the ball rolled into the outfield, someone was coming home. He cut off the throw, and when he threw it home, he threw it wild. Three errors in one play.
Did he have another one in that ball game?
No. Mark DeRosa, however, in May 2nd, 2004, had 4 errors in one game. And that seems to be the modern record.
So DeRosa and I are tied. Both Ivy League educated.
What do you think is harder to shake? The 4 errors or not really knowing the rules of the World Baseball Classic while being the manager? Which one's harder to
Quite
shake?
confident the 4 errors.
He actually might come. He would probably joke about both. I'm going to put him on the list. I'm going to put Mark DeRosa.
Surprise guest. And then apparently, Doug, there is a surprise guest that we will never guess
Next Thursday.
next
Oh, really?
Thursday.
Can we have a hint?
Gotta be Ella Reese.
Not sports.
Oh, it's not
Ella Reese,
sports.
there it is. That
Sure.
confirms
Okay.
it. Doug, the happy little hunter, is now tied atop the leaderboard. Just outside of Philadelphia, is Brian Harmon going to win his second major? The happy little hunter is 1 under, joining the red-hot brother of Matt Fitzpatrick. It's so hot when 2 brothers are out there playing together.
Is it warm? Are you saying it's warm there, or are you just saying it's hot as in ooh, ba 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 boom hot?
I think both of my brothers are hot.
Okay,
Charlie
it's
Marlowe,
that
hey,
game.
hi.
God bless it.
Sorry, guys, I had to work. Can you recap the show so far? That's from producer Joe's Ass Scab.
Well, Mark DeRosa made a lot of errors.
Yep, that'll sum it up.
Tim hosted an event at St. Louis U High that got us to baseball, that got us to airs, got us to papers, doing a deep dive.
Yep. Tommy John and Mark DeRosa, the culprits.
Mm-hmm.
In between, we workshopped a number of things.
Tommy John was a
doggies
very
with the
good
win.
pitcher. He had a really good career, long career.
Did he win 300 games? He was like right there.
He may have.
Pitched forever.
Yeah, he did.
Doug selected the Cardinals as the lifetime roofing lead, getting a lot of pushback on that. A lot of pushback on that. Sharon thinks it's the Minnesota Wild, too.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, you're a mere, 3.5 minutes away from sending it back to St. Paul, 3-2, and you're up by 2 goals. You imagine a team in the Central Division up by a couple goals. Time winding down.
Well, do you think a lot of people in St. Louis are really dialed into Minnesota Wild hockey?
Sharon is.
Oh, okay.
Do you feel better that the Wild almost never win, Doug? I was looking it up. They hadn't won a playoff series in 10 years.
Really?
They advanced this year to the second round. They never win anything. They're always good. Never win anything.
Well, that's okay. They got bounced.
It's okay.
Yeah. They were up 3-0 and still found a way to lose.
Oof, brutal. Yeah. How many engineers will be at the Dotem tomorrow? That's from Big Tough. Jackson, do you have
One.
Is Doty on site?
driving in from Tampa?
I don't think.
I was going to say, where are we lodging him this time?
Who knows?
Cape Girardeau?
He might stay on the campgrounds tonight.
Yeah, there are campgrounds.
There are, yeah. Dodie will be out there, so just one.
Sweet.
There's really never more than one.
I wonder if any of our golfers will pitch a tent out there tonight and camp on the grounds.
With this crowd, yes.
Yeah, I wouldn't
To the
surprise
part
me.
I think
Tim was
Steven DeMunn has talked about doing that.
To get that, be first in line for donut driving. Doug, I know you're going to eat, you said 5 donuts.
At least.
What will you go with first? You like a cinnamon twist?
I like a bear claw.
Yeah, really?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a donut or more a pastry?
Kind of a donut. I'd call it a donut.
I like a cinnamon twist.
Oh, do you?
I really do.
What about that? Is it a cruller, Tim? It looks like just a log. What is it? It's
Is that, are you talking about like an old fashioned? You talking about
maybe an
a
old
long time?
fashioned, kind
I
of
like the old fashioned
like rectangular-ish.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's my play. Listen to Charlie. He used to eat bear claws 2 at a time.
I used to eat bear claws 2 at a time.
There he is, right there.
It seemed like he was really trying to intimidate the audience by saying that.
Dr. Brandon Pryor has, of course, his dentist office on Manchester in Baldwin. That's called 100 West Dental. But it's not just about dentistry now with Dr. Pryor. He can also help you get your sleep back. So if you woke up today or you just didn't fall asleep last night and you're like, I cannot keep living like this, check out Dr. Pryor at 100westdental.com. He treats sleep apnea with custom oral appliances, an alternative to CPAP. So no mask, no machine for the right candidates. If you think you might have a sleep issue or you've already been diagnosed, they'll do a complimentary consultation to see if it's a fit. At least go get checked because bad sleep catches up with you. You're not performing at 100% if you're not sleeping right at work, in the gym, anywhere. And yeah, this is still the best place for veneers, implants, full smile rehab, and the bigger dental work. Visit 100westdental.com and go see Dr. Brandon Pryor. It is 7:24 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. The program is The Morning After, presented to you by Brian Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios. Well, audio seems to refute that. Was Axl Rose possessive with Stephanie Seymour?
Is this in their personal life? Were they an item in their personal life?
Yeah, and they also, of course, starred in this music video. Or Slash, was he in the desert or on the Great Plains playing that solo?
I so wish I could help you, but I
That'd
didn't
be
do any show
91,
prep.
right?
Didn't do it.
November Rain?
I don't know either.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do for you, Jackson. I'm going to give you 92 to get you 93 and 91.
You don't need to shake it. It's 91.
Because I know it's not 1990. I just want to teach other people how to get the years right.
So it's
They
them
make a lot of money.
in front of a church?
Yep.
Nice.
Okay.
Looks like the church that Denzel flies into in Flight.
Spoiler alert.
It
Really good movie.
So
probably
good.
is. Probably the same one, right outside of L.A. somewhere. Oh, here's a good church that would make a nice background.
The John Goodman character made one of the best supporting roles ever.
Hands off the merchandise.
Goodorbad.com.
There aren't a lot of
Flight,
actors
good.
who've been in more movies than John Goodman.
Yeah, a lot of credits.
Boy, he's been in a bunch.
He's really skinny now.
I was
Seen
just
pictures
going
of
to
him?
say
Yeah,
that.
he has lost a lot of weight.
And lives in New Orleans, but lost weight and stopped drinking. Seems like a tough place to do both.
I would agree. Why does he hate Afton?
Does he?
Well, he's been from there, doesn't live there.
That means you hate it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
He hates Tower Tea? How could anyone? Got a nice Dairy Queen there in Afton.
Brazier.
Oh, yeah,
I
John-
think it's just ice cream. I don't think you can get a burger there.
Well, then can you really call it a really good Dairy Queen if it's not Brazier?
Well, if you don't eat the Brazier food, it still can be a nice Dairy Queen.
You don't like chicken tenders dipped in gravy?
I don't. No.
Do you like chicken tenders dipped in gravy? Call in Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. What you can also do is text in at 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Services sponsor that text inbox. And then talk it over with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Doug, look at the glorious conditions out there.
Oh, it's nice,
Not a
isn't it?
cloud in the sky.
Yeah.
Let me take a look at the flags over there. They're just barely, just a gentle hawk flying out of the southeast. Perfect conditions to enjoy a Michelob Ultra at 7:31 in St. Louis with your friends. Gather around. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Sponsor of the YouTube chat, that's Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. The Cardinals losing last night. Listen, that's going to happen, of course. I have to tell you, I was irritated by an opportunity, not necessarily to break the game wide open, but they kind of messed around with some golden opportunities there after the church base hit. I understand why Mason Wynn doesn't score there, but you've got a real opportunity. They attempt to go with the squeeze, which they have executed well this year. Victor Scott, I don't know what happened on that, because it looked like he pulled his bat back, and then Wynn's already running down the line, and
Felt like he got left out to hung out to dry.
I don't know if it was a
Somebody didn't get the sign.
misconnection. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. But he did show bunt, so that's why I have a tough time believing that it was a missed signal.
Yeah, they even said on the broadcast, which Heim was on at the time, saying like it looks like they're going to try the bunt, and then he showed bunt and pulled back, and there's what. And they threw over once before that too, or the catcher did.
It's hard to have 13 hits and only score twice.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
They had a chance to break it open there in the seventh. They had first and third. I think one out with Herrera, Burleson, Walker coming up. Could only get a sac fly out of that.
Burleson also, I thought that ball off the bat down the right field line was yard. I was really surprised that that came up short. I kind of got the sense he gave the Nolan Arenado Game 1 2022 Wild Card Series look back like, that's not gone? You got to be kidding me. So even though I would imagine every Cardinal fan is probably going, well, I can't believe their record at this point. This was one that I felt like was a rare one where you go, kind of shot themselves in the foot on this one. and who knows how things play out if you do capitalize on what was a real opportunity early in the game. And as you mentioned, Doug, also the seventh inning. Ali Marmol talking about it, and he agrees. He says he felt like this was the first game this year that the team gave away.
This is one of the first games where I felt like we actually handed them the game rather than them beating us. We had opportunities. We created a ton of them, didn't cash in, then made some mistakes on the bases that cost us.
I like that. I agree with that. Be honest with you, I didn't even know he'd said that. I saw it in the sound, but I share that opinion. I suppose you're 41-2 games into the season. If you only get one of those out of 41, 42, you go, okay, well, what about Sunday? They were one strike away. Got beat. 9-pitch at bat. Unfortunate. Sucks, but you tip your cap. In that case last night, I know if you just glanced at the box score, you probably wouldn't think that way. But as you said, Martin, 13 hits, and you only score a couple runs. That's there were some missed opportunities. There's some crappy base running, whatever's going on with the squeeze.
1 for 9 runners in scoring position. Doug, you call it a RISP?
Yes, I do.
10 left on. But we got McGreevy today. You win the series, Doug. That's the key. Win the series.
Well, yes, just pile up the wins, I think, is the key.
Get the 7 over, bring it home. What do we got? The Royals. Nobody's playing better than the Royals. Be fine.
Yeah. It looks like Burleson's locked in at the plate. He's hitting a lot of balls right on the nose.
He had 3 hits, and then the one that Tim alluded to, I thought was a home run.
Yeah, I thought that thing was gone off the bat. I thought that was a no question going off the bat. And then Kurtz's grand slam, I was surprised to see carry out. I know we haven't seen a whole lot of baseball in Sacramento to have an idea, like the Lance Berkman flip home run that led to the Pujols-Lidge moment down the line in the Crawford boxes. That wasn't particularly surprising because they have created a joke of a baseball stadium and you can flip a ball to the opposite field if you're Berkman and it becomes a home run.
Bugs you every time you see a game there.
Drives me up the wall. Mm-hmm. But in this case, I'm like, I don't know what the dimensions are. And it looks like they've got one of those low walls out there in right field, kind of like they have at Pesky's Pole and at Dodger Stadium and down in Anaheim. Am I right? Anybody else have one of those tiny little walls that I can maybe see over?
Dodger Stadium, did you say that?
Yeah, Anaheim. Pesky's Pole, Anaheim.
You wouldn't have to stand up to see over the wall, would you?
I always have an assistant bring the step stool.
Okay. So if here's a fly ball deep, it might get out this way. You put the step stool on.
That's correct.
You hop up on there.
That's correct. That's correct.
Hurry. Doug's visualizing.
Oh, it's okay.
Here comes a little fella with a step stool to help.
My assistant's not little.
Okay.
He's 5'7". That's huge.
Oh, I can almost see it. One more step up.
Doug, are you picturing Butch Yachman running that out there?
Oh, yeah. Remember Butch Yachman?
Mm-hmm. Home run 24 of the 30 parks.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
The Burley one?
Nope.
The
Nick Kurtz one.
Kurtz.
Yeah.
You got the Burleson, or did they not show?
Yeah, I can give you the Alec Burleson one.
That had a tinge of sure a-hole. That was my read.
No.
Got nothing else to do over here. Pushing buttons, playing drops. Yep. Sure.
We talking about the double in the first?
No, the ball that was caught down the right field line.
Yeah.
Maybe his second at bat, maybe?
No, it was his third. That was a home run in 0 of the 30 parks.
Okay. Shows what I know. I'm going to take some time away. I will issue an apology later.
You just couldn't see it.
That's the issue. I didn't have the step stool. Doug, Harry Hall, 2 under your leader at the PGA Championship.
He wears that nice little cap, doesn't he?
Yep. You like that?
Harry Hall?
It's just if it had a little fuzz top, it would just be perfect. It's like it's kind of a, what do you call those? They're in between a newsboy and a driving cap.
No. You ever wear a driving
cap? Why would I need a cap to drive?
And goggles and the gloves with the scarf.
Like an old roadster?
Only if I got out my old Stutz Bearcat.
Harry Hall. Top of the leaderboard. Is it his time?
Well, he's played, 6 holes?
12th of the way home.
It's a little early, I'd say.
Fair enough. Get involved on the program. Text in, call in, and talk it over with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Brad Thompson going to join us. Michael Wellington going to join us. And your emails for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That's all on the Polos Plus dossier, Polos Plus, sponsor of the dossier here on TMA. I'm working with that Andrew Hubbard, and I think we are about to launch some wonderful merchandise opportunities, including Navy Caps on the Road, which was designed by a real-life lady, Doug.
Oh, it was?
Yeah. Lives in New York City, graphic designer. I believe her brother is a loyal listener of this program. Heard we were looking for somebody to design TMA shirts and quarter zips and hats. And she is beyond overqualified, but she has come up with some wonderful designs. And I believe those are going to be available at polosplus.com, and they're going to create a TMA tab at the top of it. So a lot of the merch that you have seen us wear, Martin's wearing one of the quarter zips right now, will be available in addition to Navy Caps on the Road and some hats. Rope hat. You like a rope hat? You like a rope hat?
Yeah, I kind of like it. Kind of says golf.
That'll be available as well here coming soon on Polos Plus. Polos Plus is somebody we've been talking about now for a few months. It's a locally owned, run by Corey Lawson with Andrew Hubbard, who I was just talking about, handling sales and marketing, premium brands like Carhartt, Travis Mathew, Nike, Under Armour, polos, quarter zips, jackets, hats, you name it. No minimums, no nonsense, and they stand behind everything they make. Now, here's the thing. Whether you own a business, work for one, sit on a board, help run an event, or just know a buddy out there grinding to grow his own startup, you probably cross paths with somebody who could use what Polos Plus does. That's all they're asking for. Keep them in mind, make an introduction, and put in a good word when it comes up. They've gotten to work with a lot of members of the TMA ecosystem, such as Seth Goldcamp of Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling, James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, and more. And that's exactly the kind of word-of-mouth local business, supporting local business stuff that makes this show what it is. It's polosplus.com. Next time somebody at your office, your kid's team, your neighborhood, whatever, needs branded gear, send them to Polos Plus. That's polosplus.com, sponsor of the dossier. It is 7:41 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. This is The Morning After, 101 ESPN.
AutoLoanPro.com, the name of the website, in the market for a new vehicle, trying to get approved, want to get the best rate possible, want to put down the least amount of money, this is the place to go. AutoLoanPro.com. On that site, you've got a selection of vehicles you can pick out. And while you're there, get that playbook. Read it, download it, save it, understand better how the credit industry works. You can do that by going to the site. They work with over 50 different lenders, meaning you will get the best rates absolutely possible, and they'll try hard to make sure it's little to no money down. Get the vehicle picked out. Doesn't matter the situation or the circumstance. They're going to help you get into that vehicle. You'll learn more about how credit works. Build your credit by making that purchase, and along the way, down the road, maybe a different car. It's a great opportunity for you to not only get the car, but also to improve your credit. Only thing you need to know is to choose a pro, and that is the AutoLoanPro.com. Robert Thomas, friend of the... Where's he been? He's supposed to stop by. AutoLoanPro.com, the website, to pick out your next vehicle. They are part of the Lita family.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals lose yesterday. Series tied 1 apiece. Trying to win the series today with a 2:05 p.m. first pitch. Michael McGreevy toeing the slab for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
The chairman of the board, sir.
Oh, a little flute. Or is that a piccolo?
Papers, what is our theme?
No real theme, but today is the day that Frank Sinatra left this world.
Oh, no.
In 1998.
1998.
I was, of course, born 2 months prior.
So you think there's a chance you're his soul?
Well, as Jay-Z said, real ones multiply.
Real ones multiply.
That's right.
Okay.
One mind some Sinatra today. Summer winds can blow in.
Sinatra theme has just been requested. Jackson, can you accommodate?
How about just crooners in general?
All right, but okay. I wanted Sinatra.
We can have.
Didn't I send you a clip of a guy yesterday who was a golfer singing Sinatra?
No, he didn't sing anything. He just said I was a singer. That was a prime example of Martin not listening to the audio and sending it over.
I see it. I go, oh, that looks interesting. I'll send it to Jackson without vetting it.
Yeah,
My apologies.
Just some guy who's a club pro.
I thought maybe he was singing.
Club pro guy?
Might as well have been.
What are your complaints with the audio I send you?
You sent me mostly just like TikToks of podcast interviews that are pretty interesting. There's only been a couple of times where it's been like...
There's nothing wrong with my audio clips.
There's been a couple of times where they've been old, where I'm like, oh, this is just old. And it might have popped up in the algorithm now. And it appears to be new, but is old. But that's the... And Martin always sends that. I'd only say a handful of times has that happened.
I've stepped on it a few times.
Yeah, it's only been a couple of times.
What are crooners? Give me your other... If you're going to go crooners...
Robert Goulet.
Yeah.
Harry Connick Jr.
And that's like a lounge singer was kind of almost always a crooner, right?
Did you say Michael Bublé already? I think he'd be a crooner.
Well, I just wonder because it's your category. I requested, Tim, I wanted Sinatra. I was told I would get crooners. So now I want to know.
I got a real problem with that.
So what am I getting?
A real problem.
Modern day crooners, not many.
No, they don't do a lot of crooning.
We don't have to be modern.
Andy Williams?
Yeah, he's a crooner.
Bing Crosby?
Bing Crosby.
The clam bake.
Dean Martin?
He was a terrible dad, Bing Crosby, is that right?
Well, he was alleged to have beaten some of the children.
That's all. That's all alleged.
Johnny Mathis?
Oh,
Johnny Mattress, they call
Paul
him.
Anka?
Okay. Mel Torme?
Oh, yeah, nice. Real nice.
Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to it.
Wayne Newton? Whispering Jack Smith?
Man, I like that.
I've never heard of him. That's the one I want to hear.
All right.
I like the name. I like the idea.
Best crooner is Chris Isaac. Baby did a bad thing. Friend of the skipper, Martin. Chris Isaac. That's from Mrs. Janny Shanahan.
It was at batting practice. Yeah, go talk to Chris. I'm sorry? Yeah, man, I'll get a kick out of it. I remember saying, Tony wants me to interview, and Chris Isaac said, about what? And I said, don't know.
I was hoping you'd help me out.
Chris Isaac and David Lynch were very close. David Lynch used a lot of his music, yeah.
What about that Chris Isaac and Atlanta Christensen? Wicked game, Doug. How do you do?
Well, you lost me in this conversation after I heard of Whispering Jack Smith.
We needed Mike Shannon interviewing Chris Isaac. So tell us about this wicked game you have in mind. Where else would it go? And it's Isaac with a K, is it?
Oh, my God. You doing Mike Shannon interviewing anybody makes me giggle.
And it's all very exaggerated.
I'm not sure I've ever turned into this show in the morning and immediately heard you guys talking about sports. Talk sports!
Hey, come on.
Doug, doggies, victorious.
Okay.
Back-to-back wins.
That's nice.
Getting some momentum, Doug. The only thing is they're going to have a World Cup break, and that's going to pause things here shortly.
Yeah.
How are the sports? Are they great?
Well, they're just fantastic, the sports. especially our sports.
These are looking
Sports
up.
talk radio is supposed to be about sports.
How about that?
Okay.
Who's that?
And as I look
Alpina.
That's Elpina, who wants to talk about golf.
That's correct.
as I look at the table, our doggies are still in next to last place.
But look at the playoff picture, Doug. Not that far. I'll give you some Blues math. They're not that far out.
There we go.
Polling better pay for this segment.
They're 3, 3, and 6, but that's to most of us that means 3, 6, and 3 because they
Excuse me?
put draw as second. We usually do win, losses, and ties.
It depends which standings. Excuse me. Depends which table you look at. Some do it win, loss, draw. Some do it win, draw, loss. I don't know.
Doug, St. Louis wedding day is not happy with you.
Okay.
Why are you calling City SC the doggies? I have a Hellcat shirt. I have a Hellcat scarf. I have a Hellcat hat. I have had beverages at the Hellcat bar at City/Energizer Park. That's from St. Louis wedding day.
We'll call them doggies if we want to call them doggies. Back off, bub.
Doug, give the backstory to St. Louis wedding day, who has that Hellcat scarf, as to the reasoning for the name Dogs.
We were kicking around possible nicknames for the team. I believe even before we had a team. And I think we were talking to, who was it? Dave Peacock was on, and he was part of it. And I suggested to him, why don't we call it the St. Louis Dogs with Purina right here and everything.
Oh, so Purina was the impetus. And
always
Dogtown.
be monetizing.
Mm-hmm.
And then the doggies actually leaned in and got Purina to sponsor the jerseys.
Sure,
That's right.
Should have gotten a slice of that.
There's no other team in major professional sports called simply the Dogs. Who doesn't like a dog? Could have had a little dog running around the sidelines. Purina sponsoring it all. Should be the St. Louis Doggies.
And it never really took hold.
It hasn't really, no. Now this guy wants to be a Hellcat? Is there really a Hellcat bar downtown somewhere?
Yes.
Nice show prep.
All right.
It's embarrassing.
Where is that?
I think it's in the
stadium proper.
In Energizer Park. Yeah.
That guy who just texted in definitely demands holding the flag all 90 minutes in the supporter section.
Yeah.
That's from the TMA Reddit Insider.
Or holding his scarf up over his shoulders. Okay.
Yeah, it's a fun night.
It is. But you don't have to overdo it.
The hell's a Hellcat? That's from the mayor of Melville.
It's a type of fighter plane, right? Or was. I think doggies made perfect sense.
Melville gets you Gary Heide, Mark Hanna. Was it Randy
Rossetta
Potter?
Jenkins.
John
Randy Potter.
Schwabe was a good baseball pitcher.
Okay.
Doug's got that dog in him. He is iconic. That's from Mr. Mudjack Mike. How about that? How about that?
Yeah, that's what we were.
Doug, you asked who doesn't like dogs? Jackson is the answer. That's from the 618.
But you'd like a dog on the sideline jumping around, wouldn't you? When things were going well? Sure you would.
Like that Georgia Bulldog? You want to have one of those
Something
little
like
mascot?
that. Yeah.
Having a scarf is an all-time worst flex. Just makes people think you're a ninny. Doug, that's from four-time Texter of the Year, Arbor Day. I've already awarded him 2026.
Okay.
You like the term ninny?
Kind of.
I do
yeah.
too.
Yeah. You wouldn't want to be called one. You're a ninny.
Hellcats are the dream car of South County. It's from Doug. Is that correct? I thought it was something to do with
Camaro, maybe.
Oh, it's a Hellcat.
It's a car? How do I not know this?
It's a version of a Dodge Challenger.
Oh, really?
It's like a.
So it's a humble brag going on with these folks?
I guess they're loud. Very loud.
nice.
Yeah.
So that's like an old money thing, like up and down Conway?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. You see a lot of Hellcats usually right there, like Litzinger.
Caller Ellen wants to talk about the doggies,
Okay.
Doug.
Okay.
She likes 2 wins in a row. We're not going to even worry about the Cardinals losing the A's last night. Why, they'll get them today and come home and take on the Royals, who have become an arch rival. Joining us right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines is Caller Ellen. Good morning, Caller Ellen.
Hey, fellas. So I'm no Buck Swope, but as I recall, the name Dogs was so funny, and it wasn't doggies. It was Doug saying dogs because the thought was, oh, are we going to be Sporting STL Football Club?
Yeah, I know like
or,
that.
Exactly. And
SCFC.
so it was Doug
The
contracting.
Douggies. The St. Louis Douggies.
Now we're talking.
Sure.
But the idea was that he was contrasting it with all these fancy, Sporting Kansas City and all these sort of, I don't know how to qualify the names, but a little too cute. And he just kept coming back with, why don't we just call them the Dogs? And it was just a very funny thing at the time. It doesn't sound so funny coming out of my mouth right now. Oh. But at the time, it was very funny. And we were really hoping that the Doggies was going to catch fire, and somehow those Hellcats snuck in there. But I just wanted to do like Buck Swope Jr. type check on that.
Okay. One of the texters says Hellcat is an airplane that Jack Taylor flew in World War II.
That's right.
The Taylor family
that's the
owns
connection.
the team.
That's the connection.
Yeah.
Oh, well, then I guess that's what we've got to be, since it's their club.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
They certainly
makes sense.
bankrolled it.
They win.
They bankrolled it.
Yeah. But we can have cats and dogs.
Cats and dogs. All right. Well, that's all I had.
Well, that was good, Alan. Thank you.
Just a nice little drive-by. Caller Ellen. The Collier and Thompson phone line's one of the millions of female listeners to TMA.
I don't know that there's millions.
The old school Major League Soccer, like the Sounders, the Earthquakes, they still have names.
Yeah, those are
all the new ones come along had to be
FC,
cutesy with the SC, FC. We had the Atletica. I remember when that.
Yeah, producer Joe was the was he the color man or the play-by-play?
Is that right?
Yes,
sure
he was.
Yeah.
And then there were unfounded suggestions that he developed a rapport with Hope Solo, and he was adamant that had not happened. But Hope Solo was a regular on this program for a while.
Is that right?
She would come in studio. She lived down on Washington Avenue, right across from where we were living. And she would come to some Inside STL events. She would come in the studio to promote the Athletica. We would let her do that for about 10, 12 seconds, and then we would get into a wide variety of other topics. And this made her a friend of the presentation. But producer Joe was adamant that he never, ever violated the code that he, the color analyst begins, dating.
Didn't she want
gentlemen? I prefer a man to rub me
and
down.
that was I think that was one of when he testified.
She cut it off at that point.
Get screwed.
Oh, I think she wound up marrying maybe a Seattle Seahawks player.
Is that Jeremy Stevens?
Yeah, I think so.
And when didn't she get a little
had some
TMZ'd at some point?
I think maybe. But she was a big star there for a while.
Bradford's beard, it doesn't do it for me.
Okay.
How many? Was that a topic? From the desk of Joe P.
I don't know what this means, but Doug, you can do something with it. Guys out here in Swing Haven, a third-row seat vehicle is a must. How else are the moms going to have enough room for the other couples? That's from the Swing Haven board member.
Oh, so you need 3 rows of seats for the 2 other couples.
Wow. Big evening.
Where are you hauling them to?
Yeah, good question. Nice follow-ups.
Probably the club, Swing Haven Country Club.
Yeah.
Let's see. Hello. Why are Pages and Scott still on the roster? Promote Crooks and Blaze. That's from Mr. Banger. He is not happy with the makeup of this Cardinal roster, Doug. What would you like to do?
Well, they're going to have to figure something out with Scott for sure.
Well, it was interesting to hear Heim say that Newbar is starting a rehab assignment here in the next couple of days, is what I heard.
Yeah.
So
I think he's still a week or so.
Sure.
Maybe a couple weeks.
Yeah. Well, starting the rehab assignment, so.
Going to work his way through the system, they said. Yeah. Scott's 178 at this point.
Yeah. You can't have that from an outfielder. You just can't.
More importantly, on-base percentage, 243. Oof.
Yeah, that's got to be among the lowest in all of baseball. You can't have that. Newt Barr immediately starts as soon as he's ready. Church goes to center. I guess that's what you do with that. I don't know what you do with the catching. We've heard the stories that they don't want to bring up minor leaguers who haven't been brought up yet, so they can continue to work with them next year. But Crooks has been brought up, so you wouldn't think that he would slot into that difficult area.
Victor Scott needs to focus on baseball and scrap his rap habit. Doug, that's from Andy Pence.
I don't know if the rapping has anything to do with his struggles at the dish. But you just can't have an everyday outfielder hitting 178 with no power.
Why is Nolan Gorman still on the roster? How many more years of runway will he get, Doug? Yeah. Another 0 for 4 day. Bet, bro. That's from Dirty Dan the Garbage Man.
Yeah, well, he was 1 for 3 with a walk last night, but I agree with you. I've kind of seen enough of that, too. I'd like to see him bring up Jordan, see what he can do.
Great. Newtbar gets in the lineup and is back on the IR 2 hours later. That's from the mayor of Melville.
Well, maybe not.
Boy, Martin, 1 loss, and now we're spiraling.
Back to the old days.
Yeah.
This team sucks.
Yeah. Light it on fire.
Well,
what time ever done for us?
You have to get another bat in the outfield somewhere, don't you?
Yeah.
You got to do that.
Right, and hopefully Newtbar is that.
Yeah, and Church can handle center field every bit as good as Scott.
Yeah.
Maybe sneak Poza in there a little more. I know he started this season slow. They kind of forgot about him. Put him out there the other night, got a hit. I don't know. They don't even pinch hit him very often.
No.
Yeah, he is just hanging out.
And last year, that was his forte, pinch hitting. But Fermin kind of quietly hits. He's a decent ball player.
Good ball player.
More importantly, Gorman made 2 errors that weren't counted. Plays that a third baseman in the major leagues needs to make. I got some of the 3-1-4.
Okay. Well, I don't know how much longer they'll go with him. This is, what, year 5?
Oh, I'm sorry. That was Percy Blumpkin.
Oh, okay. That was important. Important distinction.
Yeah. I like to credit people when they bring heat.
Yeah.
Percy Blumpkin on it first. You need like a John Heyman cap tip when they all say Jeff Passan was on it.
This is the 5th year for Gorman. His lifetime average is 219. The last 3 years, he's at 203, 205, 226. That's tough to have that kind of bat in your lineup every day.
Mm-hmm. Is this a sports station? Thomas and Holly are playing for Team Canada. Oscar will dress for Sweden, and Pia Suter will play for Swiss, 2026 world champions. So, all dining in Zurich, apparently. And Otters Springfield play game 2 tonight. Wake up, Sports Station 101 ESPN.
Leave us alone.
Wake up, Sports.
Doug, that's from Joseph SPI.
Oh, God, I hope that's real.
What does that mean?
That's his name?
No, that text was serious.
SPI.
That would be really awesome.
You sometimes think these are performative.
Sure. Yeah. I think often. But when the real one comes in, it's just a treat.
Tonight, it's at Wilkes-Barre, I believe.
Jackson, where are you watching it?
You talking about the T-Birds?
Yes, they're playing on the road at Wilkes-Barre. This will be game 2, I believe, of the series.
Sure. No plans to watch right now, but, things can change.
Would you ever plan for it, or you might just fall into it?
It would be a cool slant of me to be like, I don't care about the NHL, but I really like minor league hockey.
Just dig it.
Yeah. Like, I find it a more pure version of the sport.
Elitist.
Yeah.
Quit talking about sports! What are everyone's thoughts on Steak and Shake's new tots? Doug, that's from Major Stronzo. I got to be honest with you. I didn't know it. Hat tip to Major Stronzo.
News to me.
Stronzo was on it first.
They have tots?
They have billboards. They have more billboards than restaurants. They have a lot of billboards saying that it's the beef tallow. Is that what it is? The beef tallow tots? Chairman, do you know this? I thought I heard a grunt.
They have eliminated seed oils and are now using beef tallow and have introduced the tallow tots.
They've also eliminated a lot of their locations.
Yeah, most of them, which makes it harder to get.
But they have a lot of billboards.
I've always felt like tater tots are our little misunderstood friends.
Misunderstood friends.
Uh-huh.
It's a high floor, low ceiling potato.
It's a little easier to handle than a French fry.
You've had bad tots, bro?
No, I'm saying, like, you're rarely going to get a bad tot, but even a great tot is... There's not much difference between a run-of-the-mill tot and a great tot.
But you called it high floor.
High floor, right.
High floor, low ceiling.
Low
so you're
ceiling.
saying every tot tastes the same to you?
More or less.
It's a small window.
It's a very small little window. Whereas French fries, low floor, high ceiling.
Low floor being In-N-Out's fries.
The lowest.
Amen.
Although Steak and Shake fries are near the bottom.
Yeah, they're terrible.
Yeah.
Skinny little, greasy little fries.
Yeah,
and that's why they brought our friend the tot in?
Maybe. But even that, I don't think could save it.
I bet you love Todd's Quick Trip Pizza Boy. That's from Rusty Pecker.
And that's for Doug.
I was so upset with myself. I had one piece of it and I was painted with regret.
The Billie Eilish movie is so good. That's from the 314.
It's a concert movie directed by James Cameron, crazy enough. But a concert movie talking about high floor, low ceiling.
Doug, are you going to see the Billie Eilish?
Probably not.
It's just a filmed concert.
Okay.
Steak and Shake's a joke. You have to scan your receipt just to get your damn drink. It's so stupid, just like this show. That's from the chairman's pocket partner. That's fair. Waffle fries still suck. That's from Jesse Spano's dealer. Yeah, Martin, that's the kind of, I don't want to read stuff like that anymore.
I'm willing to make a take here. I've had
Okay, all right, let's go. What do you got?
I've had
Should I put on the hot take mittens?
He's willing to make a take. You're stepping out today.
I've had sweet potato fries a lot recently.
Oh, those are nice.
And just delightful.
Yeah, they are.
They're really good. They
Much
taste a little cleaner, I would say. Not like necessarily like obvious still potatoes fried, but it's some about it tastes a little less salty. Yeah, I'm into sweet potato fries.
Yeah, they're better for you.
Yeah, I'm into them.
Okay.
Some places, though, will sprinkle a little brown sugar, cinnamon on it.
Sign me up.
Yeah, but if they overdo it, then all of a sudden, oof.
Yeah, you don't want to overhandle.
Guys, did you see Chuck Todd is now selling insurance? He is actively devaluing my degree. That's Jugs in D.C. Doug, he is a George Washington graduate. He's not happy that Chuck Todd made them change their nickname from the Colonials to the Revolutionaries. And now he's selling insurance? Is that what he's doing?
Or we need to get him on, because I don't think he changed the name, but he voiced the video.
In the Catholics versus Convicts 30 for 30, Chuck Todd is prominent.
He is?
He is.
Grew up isn't he a big Miami fan?
Is.
Grew up in that Miami
Can't
area.
shake this Chuck Todd.
He's everywhere.
And Jugs is from Chaminade, I think.
Is that right? You know Jugs?
No, I thought he said
think Jugs is D-Lee.
I thought he said that at one point, and I'm thinking very few that I can think of. St. Louis to George Washington. It's got to be a small amount of people there. Jugs, let us know.
Why go to George Washington when you can go to Missouri and not graduate? You know?
Yeah, you save a lot of money. Save an awful lot of money.
Of course, the Libby Jackie sweet potato fries. Jesus. That's from Chairman Steve. He's over in Des Moines right now.
Well, it's a nice switch up every once in a while. You know? Mm-hmm. And sometimes it's a sweet potato waffle fry, and now you're cooking.
I feel like Lester's does. Do they do a couple versions of sweet potato fries? Maybe a waffle and a.
I don't think so.
Where you been dining, boy?
Yeah, what's going on with you?
Where you finding these sweet potato fries?
Went to High Point the other night.
How'd that treat you? What kind of burger you get, huh?
Just a regular double with cheese.
Treat you well?
It's so good.
Mike Johnson don't play.
So good. And they have sweet potato tots there.
Doug.
Wow, look at that. This conversation has come full circle.
It's the best of both worlds.
And this all started because a texter mentioned Steak and Shake has them tots.
Yeah. High Point fries with that riplet seasoning are a delight. That's from former TMA member David Klein of Hedonism, Doug.
I think he might be thinking of Max. I was at High Point there and I did not see it.
Let me tell you what I was going to do last night. Made reference, Martin, because a friend of yours was sending you images of me and Jay Delsing next to each other, considered the two best golfers to come out of St. Louis, at least in the last handful of years, now that I'm a soft cap. And my son joined me, my older son joined me, and I said, hey, why don't we hit that Max beforehand and do a little of the rip fries? Oh, my. Because the location is super close to.
Right, U-High.
That's right. But couldn't get there in time. Oh, and he was disappointed.
Yeah,
I said, well, you have many more years for me to disappoint you. Not live up to my word. That's like Lorenzo, the bus driver. Just tell me the truth, Colosimo. Dad, I told you the truth, and now you're lying to me. I lied. That was the lesson from A Bronx Tale right there, and you can count on Sonny.
Yeah.
Chess
now you
parliamentary.
can't leave.
That's correct.
Now you can't leave.
The first sweet potato fry I ever had was incredible, and I've never had one as good since. I've been chasing that potato dragon for years. That's from Uncle Wally's plastic ear.
Do we need to
It can
know
lead you to a
personal
dangerous
stories
path.
like that?
Strung out on the side of the road
Good for a sweet potato fry.
with a little sign that says, "Please bring me some sweet potato fries."
Well, I'm happier that he's going for the healthier fry. Otherwise, I think Uncle Wally's plastic ear was at risk of getting the sugarfoot.
Get involved in the program. Call in if you're for caddy in North County, 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. You're also welcome to text into the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. Are you mad at Doug for not calling City the Hellcats? 314-399-9646. And then you can open up the TMA STL YouTube channel and talk it over. And you can just sit there and talk it over until 12 o'clock, because that's where we're going to be on the TMA STL YouTube channel. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. At Michael's Baths, they create elevated bathroom spaces that blend luxury, comfort, and smart design, all tailored to the way you live. From sleek tub-to-shower conversions to full high-end bathroom remodels, including paint and electrical. At Michael's Baths, they handle every detail, and now they're offering a new premium wall option designed to bring a custom spa-like look to your home. With 30 years of experience at Michael's Baths, all 5-star reviews, an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, Michael's Baths delivers craftsmanship you can trust without gimmicks or high-pressure sales. It's not a temporary fix or a quick cover-up. It's a complete transformation at michaelsbaths.com or call 636-775-0800 and ask about financing options, including 0% interest upon approval. The thing they pride themselves on at Michael's Baths is the high quality of the work and the less expensive cost. But they do not sacrifice quality for costs. They just save you money. Michael's Baths, family owned, insured, and where everyday bathrooms become something exceptional.
This is really nice. Is this Whispering Jack Smith?
This is Whispering Jack Smith.
Well, that's good stuff there.
Really creepy. I mean, this is like some of the
You think
creepiest.
Scorsese will use this in a famed murder scene at some point?
Someone could use this in a horror movie. There's a scene in the movie Insidious where I think it's Tiny Tim plays the Meadows
This has
song.
kind of a hint of Tiny
That's what it
Tim.
feels like.
It does feel like it.
That's what it feels
That was
like.
at the highest rated Tonight Show ever when he got married.
I believe so. This music sounds like it's from like the 1930s or something.
Would be accurate. It is from the 1930s.
Is it?
Victor
Which
Rollo?
is cool. It's cool that like on any music streaming service, you can get music from the 1930s. It sounds pretty good, all things considered.
Yeah.
Let's listen. I think he just whipped this up to send into the local radio show, hoping they would play it. Before there was Rogers and Hammertoe, there was Whispering Jack.
I don't know.
This is so cool, Jackson. That's from Steven time. How about that?
It's a good
I
tune.
don't know. It's some.
Fabulous tune. Might not be one you need to listen to over and over again, but
No.
one time.
Not very catchy, I would say.
No.
Hey, Papers, how much did that burger, sweet potato, fry, and drink cost you at High Point? That's from Dirty Dan the Garbage Man.
About 17.
What'd you wash it down with?
A little frosty root beer.
Frosty root beer.
Yeah. Shout out to our friends in Breeze, Illinois.
That's where it's made?
You know, like ski. You ever heard of ski soda?
Oh, I love ski.
That's a Breeze, Illinois classic right there. Clinton County, represent.
Guys, was that Michael McGreevy's walk-up song? That's from Drinking with Kevin in Wright City. Well, he rarely hits, but if he were to, I think it would be. That's Drinking with Kevin in Wright City.
What kind of hitter would he be?
Left-handed hitter, I think.
Correct.
I don't know.
Slap hitter?
I, for one, don't miss the pitchers, not the pitchers hitting.
I do.
Not hitting.
I miss it. I like the strategy involved.
I like the hitters.
But I understand I'm in the minority, similar to my position on the Major League playoffs, expanding like a violent waste.
Like a violent waste. Okay.
Well, the good news is right now the Cardinals would be in if the playoffs were today. They would be tied with the Brewers for the second and or third wildcard. They've slipped a half game behind the Dodgers, Doug, in case you're monitoring it closely.
I was.
Sorry, you have the Vaughn Index. This is just the MLB standings.
Vaughn Index currently stands at 2.5.
I liked that last night, Jordan Walker, he swung and missed at a breaking ball inside in a key at bat. And I liked, this wasn't because, I like to see emotion, but I liked that he was pissed at himself because now I think he has expectations. I don't think you saw that the first few years. And maybe that is a read that is not accurate, but that he struck me as defeated so often, I guess, for lack of a better term, when you would see him just not be able to deliver in 23, 24, and 25. And now I think there's an expectation, and most of the time, if he is making it out, here at least since he got on the heater, he's making hard contact, and in that key at bat, he swung and missed and expressed his frustration, and I think that communicates subconsciously that he now has an expectation to come through, especially when he felt like that was a pitch he could hit. Ozzie Smith did an interview with Tamar Scherer of KMOV and talked about what is going on with Jordan Walker.
We have to realize youth. They're young, man. They're all young, so you got to give them a chance to grow. You got to give them a chance to learn. And I think sometimes expecting too much from guys who are 23, 24 years old. And Jordan's going to hit home runs, but it's something that comes with time. And I see him hopefully getting to a point to where Aaron Judge is, understanding the importance, the way that you bring the ball back to you is you got to hit it the other way. They're going to throw it out there until you show them that you can hit it out there. And I think now he understands how to lay off of that pitch a little bit more. It was his Achilles heel, but now, because they know that he can hit the ball that way, now you get more pitches on the inside part of the plate, and they make more mistakes, and he takes advantage of it.
Aaron Judge, how about that? That's big-time ball there coming from a Hall of Famer on a home run by the Wizard.
And people have made that comp loosely before because of their size and because Judge was a little bit of a late bloomer. I agree with you. Body language, just sort of psyche, I think, has been notably different for Jordan Walker. I think he was a little beat down. Some of it is, the scrutiny. Everybody knows, hey, you're a top pick. A lot's expected. Big, strong guy. When's it going to happen? When are you going to become a legit big leaguer? I think he'd been carrying that around. So as he's had more success this year, I think he has become a more confident hitter.
Yeah.
And it sounds silly, but body language, you can just tell even the last couple of years how Mason Wynn just carries himself, or Burleson, like they feel like they belong and they feel like they kind of know what they're doing, where you could tell Walker was always just sort of scrambling just to see if it'd work. I hope it continues. That's the story for the Cardinals. If he drops off, that lineup just crumbles.
Yeah, he's the key to it all. Probably the single most important key to their whole success so far this year is putting a guy right there in the middle of the lineup who hits for power, hits for average, drives and runs. That's been the big difference between this year and the last couple of years. You didn't have that.
Eventually, though, would you pitch to him if Gorman's the guy behind him? Like, I think eventually who's behind him is becoming a bigger topic, too. If the league starts fair, hey, this guy's locked in this year. You going to really give him anything to hit? Well, who's behind him? Gorman?
Well, on Tuesday night, they swapped Burleson and Walker in the order.
because of the lefty.
And that kind of made sense to me. I could see him doing that.
I still can't stand Mason Wynn and Jordan Walker's stupid chains. Doug, that's from Eric in the Central West End.
Well, I wouldn't let that bug you.
Jesus.
Does everything bug, Eric?
Only certain things.
Let's see. He wants you to know that he also bats left and throws right. He says sweet potato fries are trash. Tots in their chili would be the bees. The Columbus Crew had a hot topless guy logo. Every Hellcat smells like weed and had expired temp tags. They'd have dogs with the players on the post-game interviews. Jackson would hate it. And let's see. Rope hats look stupid. Jackson, thanks for playing Hey Ma yesterday. That's one of my all-time favorites there, right there.
All right. Yeah. Take that.
A little pat on the rump for you.
Kill a cam.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Drinking with Kevin in Wright City asked me why TMA don't talk about the Battlehawks. I told them because y'all would rather talk about Jackson's crush on Marshy. That's from Wright City Hoss.
Oh. That's probably accurate.
Yeah, that's objectively correct.
Did I have a crush on Marshy?
Yeah, why?
No. What our preferences are in topics.
Why we would talk about, we prefer to talk about that over the Battlehawks.
For sure. No question there. Me having a crush on Marshy? I don't know. Great guy.
Yeah.
Great guy.
So if he asked you out, what would you say?
What?
Would you say we got to sit down with HR?
Yeah, well, you got to make sure. Cross your T's and dot your I's.
You guys have palled around.
Sure.
You went on and drank wine one Saturday, right?
We never drank wine. We never split a bottle of Pinot. But we've been to Cardinals
on a Saturday, were you ever with Marsh and was there wine consumed?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
How about a Friday?
No wine.
Okay. Oh,
I hung out with him on a Friday, but there was no wine.
Okay. Huh.
Do you often go to sports bars and order a glass of white?
I do not.
Right.
You're at the ball game. Budweiser, Bud Light. Excuse me, sir. Any Chardonnay? Can you imagine?
Do they sell wine at Cardinal games?
That's a great question. I bet in the boxes they have it.
Yeah,
but
I'm
do
sure.
They sell it at any of the
like at a
stand?
concession stand, can you get a glass of wine? I can't imagine.
You boys going to any games this weekend? I'm going Sunday.
Sunday? It's going to be like the only day
We
where
can hang out. Maybe do a little show prep.
It's going to be hot Sunday, isn't it?
It's supposed to get up to like 92 degrees, I think, coming up here soon.
It's almost as if the weather's not available to this show.
86 is the high on Sunday. I'll wilt.
I'll be all over that. Yeah. And sunny.
I heard a forecast on
It's
the,
a
on the way
beautiful
into
day
here today.
for a ball game. Thank you.
Wish we could get some Whispering Jack Smith on the intercom there at Busch Stadium.
I don't know.
Play that throughout the stadium. Now that would get the fans going.
I guess it would. You'd prefer that over the Skinnerd?
Yeah, I would.
Pirates are here Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We're a week away from one of those getaway games.
What about today as a getaway game? I got some asks about the getaway game today.
Gotta win this series.
God, McGreevy's been out there dealing.
It feels like when you bulk up, let's get the win. We got McGreevy.
I think given the nature of the loss last night, it's going to be like, all right, let's set ourselves up for a good homestand with a win in this AAA ballpark.
I see the over-under is 9.5. That's the highest of any game played today in the majors.
Now, they do have a lefty. The A's have a lefty, so you might see a Fermin-Sajaci combo out there again.
My guy Kevin Roth's weather site, Doug, which I legitimately do pay $16 a month for, and it delivers handsomely on return on investment. He has got this game is 59% under based on these conditions. So that total is surprising. Who's throwing for whatever the hell this thing's called now?
Jacob Lopez.
No.
3-2 on the year with a 6.1 ERA.
No previous facing of Cardinal bats.
I gather the Cardinals are the favorites.
That's a question right there, Tim. And when I say question, I mean a good one.
That's a good one that warrants an answer. What was the question again, Jackson?
This got the A's at minus 112.
Wow. Well, they must think McGreevy's going to have a rough one.
Cardinals in the under?
That number is so strange. I know that ballpark generates offense.
Yeah. Pair that up with Sky Scheffler to be your first-round leader.
Well, I mean, he's going to have to chase down the great Steven Yeager, Doug, who is 4 under through 7 and enjoys a 2-stroke lead over Xander Schauffele, Cam Smith, Michael Brennan, and Harris English. There's your update from Aronimink.
Okay.
Friend of the show, Louise, says, yes, you can buy wine at the concession stands at Busch.
How about that?
All right, cool. I won't, but it's nice to know that it's there.
No.
I'm going to the game today. That's from Bang Bang Niner Gang guy.
Oh, nice.
I asked for a first-hand account the other day. Somebody was out there going to the game.
Yeah.
Just kind of what's the ball yard like.
Looked like it was packed. That's for sure. I mean, I realize there's 10,000 seats.
Right.
That would have been a fun trip to do, just to say you did it. Sacramento.
Yeah.
Cardinal game.
It's like you need one more thing out there to get you to go out.
You know? One more thing.
Just one more event. Yeah, something to entice you.
Timmy had taken the family to the ball game Sunday. Big day for the kids. On Sundays at the ballpark, I think they can run the bases after the game. Ice cream out at Ford Plaza for the kids with Fredbird. How about that? That's from Ian LaPerriere. Lappy with a little tip for the families.
Sunday's always the day that you can run the bases.
Right?
Yeah. Uh-huh. Saturdays, they usually have high school games. But I guess that's probably
Tim, you can get out there and run the bases?
God.
Can you do a video of that?
They line up from here to next week to
do
a
hamstring.
You'd have to shave your beard, but I think you might be able to disguise yourself.
Nothing sounds better than a brat and a white Zinfandel. That's from The Big Show.
Oof. I can feel the acid reflux.
I'm not sure I've ever seen anyone drinking a wine.
I haven't either.
Doug, I was listening to Buck Swope's Origins of Dotem and was wondering if you still are a glory hole inspector. That's from DTF Doug.
There's no reason to be an inspector because they don't exist as far as I can see.
15-yarder for Bill.
I've never seen one, ever. All the restrooms that I've hung out in, and there have been many, I've never seen a glory hole, not one. So I'm skeptical that they even exist.
You sound ridiculous.
Have you seen one?
Mm-hmm.
Glory holes are real.
No, I don't think they are. I've never.
How do we have a drop?
That was a statement.
verified.
Sounds like a statement during World War II that came out over the radio.
Glory holes are real.
I posted a picture on Facebook about a glory hole.
Larry Nickel. He's been covering it for a while. He does a wonderful, wonderful job. Text in 314-399-9646. That's how you can get involved by texting into the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. And, of course, email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin, you know anything about Design Air?
I do. They are iconic. Been around St. Louis. Now, that's when you use the word iconic. When we're talking about Design Air Heating and Cooling, been around St. Louis for more than a century. Family-owned business from day one. Still true. 4th generation Seth Goldcamp. Family business, that's important. That means that your name is behind it, and therefore there's a lot of dedication to service during the sale, after the sale. Service. That's what it's all about at Design Air, and there is a difference when they're in your home. Getting that repair done, not trying to sell you something you don't need. They work with the employees and say, we just don't want to be known for that. That's why they don't do it. Get online, designerservice.com. It's also where you get a maintenance plan. Everything about the process is simple. We enjoy working with them and love the reviews. Let us know if you've had design error out to your home. Send us a note. We love sharing those stories along the way. Designerservice.com. Get a maintenance plan. Get a checkup. Summer will be here soon. Make sure you're good with designerservice.com.
The program is called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN.
Village Bar, the spot to go for lunch, happy hour, friends, family, watching the game. Such a great place just to hang out. You know about that. And I've been telling you about the barn out back, beautiful barn that is the home to 1879 Distilling, award-winning premium spirits, Red Barn vodka. Man, this is the time of year to sample some of the different flavors that they have. Check them out, 1879distilling.com, or ask for it by name anywhere you are around town. Say, hey, do you carry 1879? And they also have the tasting room that looks like the general store right there, part of the building complex, the blue building right there in front, facing Manchester. Tasting room, noon to 5 on Saturdays. Going to start getting more hours where they open that up so you can purchase merchandise as well as some of the swag, the Village Bar T-shirts and hats and sweatshirts. They also have 1879 material. Really cool spot. If you're there Saturday, make sure you stop by and see the tasting room and opening up more hours soon this summer. It's 1879distilling.com.
This is Jackson's tribute to crooners, which was his compromise to Martin's request for a Frank Sinatra theme.
Pretty good, though, right?
Harry Connick Jr.?
That's right.
And he starred in Independence Day?
Oh, did he?
30 years ago. Bill Pullman's Independence Day speech.
Okay.
Steven Yeager, Doug, is your leader, as you expected, at the PGA Championship. He's 4 under through 7. Bryson DeChambeau, 2 over through his first 5 holes. Xander Schauffele is 1 back as the players are on the golf course in Philadelphia. Coming up here on the program, we will be joined by Brad Thompson as the Cardinals lose last night to the Athletics, Doug, with no city. They don't have a city. They're just the A's, the Athletics. Yeah. They'll be in Las Vegas. It's what Chip Carey said. He goes, next time we're here, we'll most likely be in Las Vegas. Next time we take on the A's on the road, most likely Las Vegas. 2028, we'll see you in Las Vegas.
Okay. And if I'm not here for BT, can you ask him why the A's wouldn't be playing at their AAA stadium, which is in
Las
Vegas?
Vegas, right.
I'm trying to figure that out because it's the Giants AAA stadium that they're in now.
We'll get to the bottom of it.
All right, thanks.
Yep.
Clip and save.
It'd be interesting to see if Vegas can support a baseball team. They've already got, 2 other major professional sports teams. And now you're asking a relatively
they're
small...
about to have all 4.
NBA's moving there, too?
Talking about
expanding, likely.
So it's tough to get fans at a baseball park 81 times a year when your town is not that big. Obviously, there's a lot of tourists there all the time. I don't know how many tourists go to Las Vegas to go to a baseball game.
I think it'll be somewhat similar to football where you go to see your team play while they're in Vegas. Now, if you're a Tigers fan, are you going to go in the middle of April on a Tuesday?
Yes.
Can we do a remote when they're out there?
Doy.
Now, remember, West Coast time. That's a 5 a.m. start.
We'll plow through it.
Scratch
do
that.
it.
No, we just stay up.
But if the Red Sox are playing the A's, people will go, hey, it's Vegas. Let's go see the Sox
If
play
I
in
try to
Vegas."
stay up, I'd be dead by 3. 3 a.m., I'd be dead.
No, we just flip. We go nocturnal.
Lisa says she's going.
To Vegas? That's cool.
And if you make that trip once, are you going to keep going year after year after year to follow
Well, let's say
I don't know.
you have a yearly Vegas trip with your buddies, and you schedule it around when your team is playing out there.
Okay, that sounds like a fun thing, but can you do that in large numbers year after year? That's what remains to be seen. Maybe it'll happen.
Vegas is not populated enough for 2, let alone all 4 major sports teams. This time we live in pisses me off. That's from Buzz Killington, 69, 1.6.
I don't want to get you down. I'm just wondering how it'll work out.
I would say these sports leagues aren't in the business of losing money, so the fact that they're all kind of doing it tells me that they see a light at the end of this tunnel. But maybe I'm being... I'm too reliant on those in charge.
Very attractive market, and the state is tax-friendly, so there are reasons you would want to be there for sure.
Good song choice, Jackie. This was sung in Major League by Marla Hooch. Who is your favorite Rockford Peach? It's from Gus Chiggin's Prospecting Party.
I don't know. I know this song from When Harry Met Sally. That's where I know that Harry.
And you wore that shirt to the Chandelier Bar at the Cosmopolitan Las Vegas as you were doing a site check for our remote in Las Vegas when the Cardinals take on the A's in 2028.
It's a different Nora Ephron classic. I wore a Sleepless in Seattle t-shirt.
I think my favorite Rockford Peach was that girl who could really hit. Now, she wasn't cute like the other girls.
That's Marla Hooch, who was just referenced by Gus Chiggin's Prospecting Party.
Oh, was that her name? Yeah, she could drive in runs, boy.
But he said Major League. He, I think, been a league of their own.
Aye.
Okay.
Gina Davis and her sister Kit.
Yeah, well, she was the catcher,
right? John Lovitz didn't have interest in her.
No.
Madonna, of course, with the great Rosie O'Donnell.
Yeah, when she's hanging, she was the third sack.
And Penny Marshall made the movie, I think. She was Laverne from Laverne Shirley, and she was friends with Edmonds. Remember that?
Doesn't surprise me.
Laverne, I don't know how that came up, but he was friends with, and she was a huge baseball fan, maybe the Angels, and that's how he knew her. Ball game, he should call in? What's he farming? Check in with the squad.
Sure.
We're quarter way into the season. Has he watched a game? Let's find out. a game.
I bet he has.
A snippet, a play.
I bet he hasn't. I really would say no. All right. I'll fire off a text, see what's going. Guys, Rob Reiner's daughter was in it. That's from Lisa.
She was, Tracy. My mom also in it. I told that story before.
She was in the crowd?
Mm-hmm.
She get a credit?
No.
Oh.
Extras don't get credits. I think you have to speak.
Well, that hurts.
Doug, we welcome people to participate in this program. So many different ways to do it, too. You can call in, you can text in, you can talk it over with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. You can compete for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Then, even when we're off the air, at 11 o'clock on 101 ESPN, and then at 12 o'clock with After the Morning After on the TMA STL YouTube channel, you still can listen to the program via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. Jason Gosrow's team and Schaefer Door, LiftMaster partner, Schaefer Door, SCHAEFER, door.com. Sponsor the podcast here on the Morning After and throughout the day on 101 ESPN. Podcasts via the TMA STL app, podcasts via the 101 ESPN app. You can go back and watch the program on YouTube. Schaefer Door makes it possible. If you have any garage door issues, whether it be residential or commercial, work with Schaefer Door at schaeferdoor.com, a LiftMaster partner. LiftMaster doors are quiet and versatile. It's Schaefer Door at schaeferdoor.com. Callier and Thompson phone lines, the number is 314-974-0101. It looks like people are choosing to get involved, Doug, because Dan is on the phone lines.
Dan, who?
I don't know. Dan, good morning. You're on with Doug Vaughn.
Good morning, guys.
Oh, Dan Jansen.
Hello, Dan. You're back at the golf course.
I am. I'm back at the golf course. Jackson, since you play this course occasionally, some would say frequently, you know they name each hole. And number 8 is named Alps. Alps. Okay? Alps. Okay?
Alps.
So when Alps.
Say it again, I'm dropping you.
When I called
What was
in,
it? What was it?
Alps.
When I called in on Tuesday, I was basically climbing the Matterhorn, and that's why I was out of breath.
Sure.
So it's a hilly hole.
Yes. Next order of business. Jugs in D.C., if you're actually from Chaminade, Estovere and get off my back.
Oh, wow. That's the Chaminade Doug
salute of sorts
slogan.
Wow.
Okay. Has the tournament started out there today yet?
The tournament started out today, so this is round 3, the final round. You know, so it's they go off in twosomes. There was a cut, so it's top 18 in ties. The leader is a guy named Willie Mack III, and I only mentioned his name because Frank Cusimano did a feature on him on Tuesday night on sports, and it's an interesting story. So he's the leader at 137. One guy's one shot back, and then there's 4 grouped at 3 shots back.
That's the kind of detailed sports reporting I like. One guy has a shot back. I like that.
You're not going to know names. So yesterday,
you mean Willie Mack?
Yeah, well, some people know it. So yesterday was moving day, which I mentioned, and the field moved backwards. The old course showed her teeth. The wind kicked up at about 30 miles an hour, and so the field, all came back. And it was very interesting because these guys tore it up on Tuesday, but a lot of frustration out here yesterday.
Yeah.
No wind today, ideal conditions, ideal scoring conditions, with the exception of the pins. Usually up front. 16 is up top left, right above the slope of the ridge, so that'll be interesting.
Come here, big fella.
Anyway.
Now, the hole that you're on, does it have a name?
Yes. Come on.
What is it?
Dan is not going to play ball with you. Martin's head has been down on the dais now for minutes. He is down. The man is down. Dan, you're going through pin locations on the final 3 holes. Doug, that's the top left, right at the ridge on 16. I always aim at the birdies.
Okay. 17, gettable par 4.
It is gettable. It got some bunkers protecting it.
Yeah, the green's got a little bit of funk to it.
Tim, the locals call it the Martin's house, not the Bird house.
Martin's house.
Okay, we've been here a long time. We good?
Sorry about the erstwhile Pobo there.
All right.
So, anyway, what else can I tell you?
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
Jugs in D.C. wants to know what year did the fatty graduate? I want to say it's 84.
Class of 84. Humble brag, captain of the soccer team.
Oh, my. Score a lot of goals?
Leading scorer.
Really? How many did you get? How many goals?
Oh, probably like 15.
Oh, that's a good season. Heck of a
you guys
season.
know my story. And then I went on to Rockhurst, captain of the Rockhurst soccer team. Humble brag.
Okay.
Leading score. No, I wasn't leading scorer there. Anyway, now I'm simply a 4 caddy.
Well, it's an important job out there. On that hole that has no name.
Again, great event. Not a whole lot of patrons out here. I'll try and, next year, hopefully people hear about it. I mean, if you get 40, 50,000 going out to these, PGA events in St. Louis, why wouldn't you come to this for free and free parking?
Dan, how can people identify you if they were able to make it out there? We encourage folks to support the APGA. Stop by. Dan is on the hole that has no name. But if they wanted to spot you and maybe...
Alps.
What was it?
Alps?
Alps.
Oh, they said out.
No, Alps.
What was it, Doug?
I haven't heard yet.
Okay.
It's Alps.
Well, stop by and say hello to Dan on hole number 8.
Sure, whatever.
Good luck. Have fun at the Dotem tomorrow.
Okay.
Wish I was there. I'm not reporting on that.
Well, you probably should. It would be appreciated if you could report.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a no.
Anyway, all right. Enjoy the show.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for the report, Doug.
So he told us to enjoy the show?
What's wrong with your phone line?
Oh.
I don't really know what's going on, but I was amused. I have to be honest. I was amused.
Yeah.
I actually met Dan way back in his Rockers days. All my buddies were SAEs at Rockers.
Bye, Alpha.
Met Dan.
He must have been a heck of a player.
Back in the day. I guess he was the captain. I didn't know. I would have saluted him as the captain back then. I didn't know.
God, I'm tired of this story.
Okay. Sorry, Joe. I was trying to converse with Dan, who doesn't really want to converse with me, which is why I was sitting it out, Tim.
I've never seen a caller who calls us so put out by a line of questioning.
He's just exhausted by us.
Every time this schmohawk calls in, my skin crawls off my body. Like Andy Bernard said, I wish there was a way to know you're in the discovery portion of the proceedings before you've left them. Doug, that's Al in Dadeville. Is that what he said? Andy Bernard, Doug?
I don't,
paraphrasing.
Maybe he did. I don't know. I just didn't hear the name of the hole there at first. He was saying the Alps all along, but I was somewhat confused by the word.
Believe all the listeners when we say it is not a brag to say you are a captain of a soccer team. That's from Jackson's lone wispy pube.
Well, it's better than being the bench warmer, I guess. Apparently had a big year, 15 goals. That's a nice season.
That guy is the worst caller in the show's history.
Well,
Mr. Fix, a close second. Doug, Mr. Fix, different than Mr. Licks.
Yeah.
Mr. Licks is very active this morning in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Not on this topic. He still has not issued his statement with regard to live golf. But boy, I really have to do a lot of scrolling down to get to him. Warson Woods Wacko probably camping out for an Audemars Piguet watch.
Audemars Piguet. Audemars Piguet.
Thank you for the pronunciation correction. will then wear it to a party and say he has an AP. My friend, these are essentially the public housing of the watch world. Doug, that's Mr. Licks. What did I just read?
All right, I'll give the brief.
Public housing.
Audemars Piguet is a very expensive European watchmaker.
Oh.
They make very expensive watches. They're coming out with a $300 watch version. And it's got...
And he says the worst was wacko is camping out to get it, and it's the public housing of the watch
They're
world?
very bright colors. If you're not getting like a stainless steel or a gold one, you'd be getting like a teal or a seafoam green, maybe a burnt orange color, and they're $300. So it's lighting up social media.
You know what bugs me when you hear a watch commercial and the guy will call it a timepiece. We want to make sure your timepiece is... Stop it. It's a watch, okay?
I would like to apologize to all fellow Chaminade grads for whatever the hell that was. That's from Jugs in D.C., and he is now embarrassed.
It was a golf report from a tournament going on right here in our town.
But he does seem to be a little pissed off just from the moment he calls, and it has this weird SNL skit vibe to it. Like, is it really happening? Very exasperated with me. I was told to leave it yesterday. Doug, he seemed to get annoyed with you today.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure I was getting the name of the hole correctly.
He was confused as to why events such as the 2018 PGA Championship or what they're expecting here in a couple of months at the BMW draw better. And Beer Cat's not happy with the question. Hey, dumbass, the UFL doesn't draw like the NFL either. God, this guy sucks.
Oh, come on.
Some Beer Cats. If my watch goes up in value after purchase, you bet your sweet ass it's a timepiece. That's from Sharon and Clayton.
I don't know that it's a timepiece.
Just can't help herself.
Just a watch.
Good morning. I have been granted permission to speak on behalf of the Korean wing of the TMA base. None of what that guy said qualifies as humble bragging, just the sad, desperate ramblings of a sad and wandering old man. I need a sad-off between him and Ken. I don't have internet. Hey, Tim, do you hear that? I don't have internet. Isn't that sad? Tim. That's Kenny Strode. That's Brian Henschendug, who has been granted permission to speak on behalf of the Korean wing of the TMA listenership.
Mm-hmm. It's a large wing. How many Korean listeners you suppose we have?
2.
Couple, 3?
Tough to tell.
Anybody Korean other than Henshin? Text in if you would, if you don't mind. 314-399-9646. And, of course, you're welcome to call in like Dan Jansen did as he 4 caddies. Well, Doug, look at Bud Cauley. What a story it would be. Justin Thomas calls him one of the most gifted players on tour, but he had the car accident a few years ago. And why now he's bouncing back to be on the verge of his first major championship atop the leaderboard at 3 under par in Philadelphia.
Well, they've only played a few holes. I don't know that he's on the verge of a championship yet. But playing well.
What a story it would be.
It would be a great story. I don't think I'd know him if I saw him.
Nice show, pro.
Has he been playing a lot this year? Playing well?
Yeah, he is. It's trending. You have one Filipino and my wife as a listener. That's from Josh Bob Bill.
Okay.
Nice.
That's nice. Nice to know.
We have 7 downloads in the last 30 days from the Republic of Korea.
Yeah, I kind of thought we were hot there right now.
We're looking pretty good on the Pacific Rim.
Yeah, big in Seoul.
Seoul, people that sent there for work.
Sure. Anything from North Korea? All the downloads there.
It's tough to track that data.
Pyongyang, is that the name of it?
Yeah. We usually, we send 8-track cassette tapes over there, but who knows if they actually get received.
People who listen over there are probably murdered.
We've had a good last 30 days in Hong Kong.
Have we?
Oh, nice.
Yeah, got that sense.
Yeah.
Felt like
Gabe's
call. The program's called The Morning After. It is presented by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN, and, of course, the TMA STL YouTube channel. Coming up, Brad Thompson, Michael Wellington, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. It's all coming your way on the program, which is TMA from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cavaliers defeat the Pistons last night, 117-113 with Donovan Mitchell. 42 minutes played, 21 points. It's Spider-Man! The Cavaliers now lead the series 3-2. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
You're getting chairman of the board, Martin. You're getting him.
Men wanted to be with him. Women wanted to be like him.
Johnny Fontaine. Doug, this put it in perspective for you?
Well, it sure does.
If you had regrets,
Sure does.
Only a few.
I think I saw a video of him recording this in the studio where the orchestra was all there waiting. They'd practiced and everything, waiting for him. Then he strolls in with a cigarette in his mouth, steps up to the mic and just belts it out and then walks out of the studio. So cool.
I enjoyed the Joe Piscopo Sinatra. Where he's a little angry. Shut up, bimbo.
Didn't get along with Bono in Skit. Did not get along with Stevie Wonder initially, but then they hit it off. Doug, I believe the lyrics were, you are dark and I am light. You're as blind as a bat and I have sight. It's a Joe Piscopo, Eddie Murphy putting together the skits when Frank Sinatra was trying to stay hip in the late 70s and early 1980s. And he recorded with Bono as well, and maybe Sinead O'Connor, and he was not a fan of Sinead's work.
Well,
not a fan.
Kind of a different style.
You can get involved here on the program by texting in and calling in and emailing in and, of course, talking it over with the TMA listeners. Doug Glatt says that was the worst Sports Center update ever. That is a shot at Jackson recapping the controversial Cleveland win.
What was happening over there? I saw it play in real time. Papers has really dialed it up. He enjoys an audio drop at times, especially Donovan Mitchell, who gets the Spider-Man drop.
Right there.
But to do the update, hit the buttons on the levers, and deliver just a succinct yet important update, he has to also turn and have that drop ready, and you were trying to multitask.
I was just making sure that Frank Sinatra wouldn't start playing when I hit the Spider-Man drop.
Would have been more fun.
Yeah.
Sometimes you look busier than a one-armed paper hanger over there.
Part of the gig.
By the way, the Pope has chimed in. I'm Korean, and I stand with Brian.
How about that?
Henshin and the Pope.
They
You can roll the rock, that Pope.
Doug, did you read Jim Bowden's column?
I did not.
He writes on The Athletic the following. The lockout could derail MLB's significant momentum and needs to be avoided. Now, they have a report that they did meet here within the last few days for the first time to try to tend to the CBA that will come to an end here at the end of the year. Bowden writes, MLB is already past the quarter mark and the game is as popular as it's ever been. Yet there's a cloud hanging over the sport as it all but assumed that current negotiations for the next collective bargaining agreement will result in a lockout. There is no way the league and the Players Association should allow it to get to that point. The game is in great shape right now, and an interruption to the normal league schedule could derail that momentum. MLB is on a good run with the changes made recently. The new ABS system has been a huge success, just like the previous rule changes that have been instituted over the past 6 years. Game times have been reduced dramatically, approximately 25 minutes, and analytics and technology have given fans another way to enjoy the game. Fan engagements at an elite level. MLB's television, radio, and streaming ratings have been skyrocketing as a result. According to MLB Communications, viewership for MLB games is the highest it's been since the start of 2017. National game viewership is up 44% for games shown on ESPN, Fox, NBC Sports, Apple TV, and Netflix compared to the same time period last year. In addition, MLB.TV has seen a 27% increase in streaming viewership compared to last year. And yet all of that good news is tempered by the rumblings that owners are prepared to institute a labor lockout that could threaten some or all of the 2027 season if they don't get a salary cap with a floor as part of the next CBA. Bowden reports the union has put enough money aside, according to reports, to deal with a lockout if owners decide that's what they want to do. And the two sides began their negotiations this week. So the MLBPA, according to him, has set aside money for a year's worth of salaries for the players as they prepare for a lockout that could wipe out the 2027 season. That's Jim Bowden this morning in The Athletic.
It's amazing how these positive signs are coming out at the same time. That's around the corner. Attendance is up, ratings are up. You're thinking, oh man, it's a resurgence of sorts for the league, and yet the lockout just doesn't it seem inevitable? Like teams are talking about their plan and not calling pitchers up because during the lockout, this is what we'll do. It does seem like both sides. I'm glad they're talking. They should be talking all the time instead of just letting the clock burn. But it doesn't sound positive.
Bowden's suggestion is the following. He has been a proponent of a salary floor and a cap. As a person who ran organizations, he does not think it is fair that the Dodgers and Mets have payrolls in the $360 to $400 million range, while the Marlins, Guardians, and Rays are all in the $75-85 million range. Says that's just too much separation, at least in theory, for the league to have any real competitive balance. In my view, if Major League Baseball had a salary floor of $150 million and a cap at around $250 million, that would be better for the game. What do you think about that, boys?
Yeah, I agree with that. It's ironic that two of the teams he mentioned there with the low payrolls, the Guardians and the Rays, are both sitting in first place in their divisions right now. But it is frustrating as a fan to wonder why the players wouldn't accept some kind of a cap and a floor. I mean, they're making outrageous money. They'll continue to make outrageous money. The Stars will. And why they wouldn't accept that, why they'd rather sit out another season to fight based on that, I don't know. Every other league seems to make it work.
Believe every generation that has come before them has said you cannot, under any circumstances, concede on the owner's wish for a salary cap, and therefore you don't want to be the one that gives in. Now, I, for the record, want to see a salary cap and floor, but I believe that at the core, it is what, quote, we fought for, as in the players, and we do not want to relinquish that.
Yeah, that's their mindset, but what cost are they willing to pay for that?
Well, according to this report, at least 1 year that they've set aside money for.
But I wonder what the give is. If there's any wiggle room, which there doesn't appear to be, on the players' side with the salary cap, is it free agency earlier, less arbitration years? Is there some kind of give there of things that the players' union could say, hey, we got to win? A lot of this is political. A lot of it is like theater where you tell the retired player, hey, we got this out of it. You got to have some win in there other than just accepting the deal. And maybe it is. And I doubt that the teams will want to do it, but free agency comes sooner, less arbitration. I feel like there has to be something on the table to get.
You think the retired players really care that much? I mean, they're done. How's it going to affect them?
And it may just be that pressure they feel as the current players.
I think they probably just want more for themselves.
And what a weird time for McGreevy to be a player rep. He just got here. They're calling him rookie bitch, and he's the player rep in the midst of what could be a historic lockout.
And you have to wonder if he's going to prioritize the ask for the Navy caps to come back on the road over the salary cap.
They'd probably give in on that. The owners might give in on that.
Wonder if that'd satisfy Bryce Harper and we can keep things going.
Probably not. No, there are some that nothing's going to satisfy them because they've dug their heels in, and unless they get their way, they're never going to be happy. But that's not usually how you solve issues. You solve major problems. It's going to have to be a little give and take on both sides.
And it is true that spending doesn't equal winning. That point has been worn out. We get it. Because you spend a ton, it doesn't guarantee that you're going to be in the World Series, that you're going to win. But there are teams who are not even trying. That's been the issue for the last few years. And then they get a check at the end of the year for doing nothing. The Pirates have been a great example of that. They make money by being crappy. And that's what's got to be discussed. Owners shouldn't want that. Players shouldn't want that.
But that's what the floor would address.
Right.
You would hope.
Try it.
And if you want to let them be free agents a year earlier, okay, go. Do that. I think the owners could live with that. Especially if you can only spend so much and have to spend a certain amount. You'd think that solves a lot of problems, the floor and the cap.
It seems like there's some logical solutions that we're talking about, but they're both so dug in. It's so historic, the animosity. Even with Tony Clark gone, it doesn't matter. Just insert new face, new name. Players rep will say, nope, not doing it. Owners will say, fine, we're locking you out. It's just the dialogue has been the same really for forever.
It seems like by refusing a salary cap completely, you're really only serving the needs of the premier player, the guys making these $300, $400, $500 million contracts. That's not much of the league, really. That's a small percentage of players that you're saying, well, we can't possibly have a cap because Ohtani has to have $50 million a year, and Juan Soto wouldn't play for anything less than that. And it's great for the superstars, but for most of the players, they're not really affected by that. I mean, who are they serving? Are they just serving the top 3, 4, 5% of players? Or
Well,
are they
those are
serving all
usually
of them?
the committees are usually the Max Scherzers of the world, the guys who have made a lot of money, and they're usually the loudest voices representing all those players you're talking about. But I think each team gets to vote, and you would think the younger players, if it's a secret ballot, would maybe vote to protect their interests.
Yeah.
Tim, can you wish my grandson a happy 10th birthday? He loves the show. Teaching him how to become a Mon period. You do it all.
Oh, what? You write a better sentence before you hit that send button.
Doug, that's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. I'm going to read it again, see maybe if it was a bad read. Tim, can you wish my grandson a happy 10th birthday? He loves the show, teaching him how to become MON period.
Yeah?
You do it all.
MON period. You do it all.
Happy birthday.
There you go.
Okay.
Mike Lee. Will Mike Lee be there? He was at the Dotem last year.
Yeah, he tends to be involved with Cletus's pairing, as does Gatorade bottles of wine. So I would say it's live.
I want some milk, Mama.
Oh.
So Mike Lee. I would like to get a photo of Michael McGreevy meeting Mike Lee.
The confusion.
Welcome to town, big leaguer.
Kick my ass just to...
Oh, watch it, Mike.
Does anyone know how to bleed the brakes on a car? I will pay. That's from old people's Facebook statuses. You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today. Coming up in about a half hour. In the 10 o'clock hour, the great Michael Wellington will be with us. He's also going to join us on After the Morning After. Brad Thompson is going to join us as well. There's your Polos Plus dossier here for TMA. Congratulations to James Carlton. Not only did he get Jackson Burkett's business, he's got 500 5-star Google reviews now for the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency in Webster Groves. Call 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net and experience the savings and the customer service that I have been enjoying for the last 7 years. This one recently posted by Chris Johnson on James Google ratings. I recently had the pleasure of working with Mike at the James Carlton State Farm Agency, and I was genuinely impressed enough to write this review, even though we ultimately moved forward with another carrier for now. After our previous insurer non-renewed our policies following a major storm that damaged our vehicles and home, I was in the market for new coverage and heard about James Carlton's agency through a local radio recommendation. What do you think that was, Doug?
I don't know.
While I recognize that on-air endorsements often involve compensation, I approach the process with an open but critical mind as someone who values thorough research and value. Mike stood out immediately for his professionalism and expertise. He took the time to understand our specific needs, asking thoughtful, relevant questions without ever wasting my time or rushing the conversation. His knowledge of the industry is exceptional. He explained options clearly, highlighted key differences in coverage, and provided thorough comparisons that demonstrated real insight. What impressed me most was his follow-up, consistent, helpful, and never pushy. He kept me informed without any high-pressure tactics, allowing me to make an informed decision on my own timeline. In an industry where sales pressure can feel overwhelming, Mike's approach was refreshingly respectful and customer-focused. He truly seemed to prioritize finding the right fit over closing a sale. That is the kind of operation that James runs. And I made the switch to him in 2019 and am thrilled with it. I know Jackson did, Jamie Rivers did, BK and Ferrario did. And yes, absolutely. Sales, of course, in radio, just like any other business, involves financial compensation. But I don't believe anybody on this program is going to sit here and tell you somebody is a great guy if they think that the person is not, or that they run a wonderful business if they don't believe that is the case. I am a client, so I speak to it firsthand. And I recommend James Carlton and the Carlton State Farm Insurance team in Webster Groves. 314-961-4800 to go online at carltoninsurance.net. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
We are working with the folks from Michael's Baths to redo the kids' bathroom. It needed a refresh, needed to be torn out, and they are doing that as we speak. And whether you're looking to just replace a tub and make it into a shower, or if you're going full high-end bathroom remodel, they can do it all at Michael's Baths. It's owned by Michael. He does baths. That's it. No kitchens. Real simple. Michael's Baths. That's what they specialize in, and then get you a great price, all with 5-star reviews, 8+ rating with the BBB. Real simple process, and the folks who come out and draw up the design and talk to you about what's possible and what the pricing is, they're former installers, not just salespeople who walked in off the street. They've done it. They understand it. That's why the process is so smooth. MichaelsBaths.com is the website. 636-775-0800. 636-775-0800, the number to call to set up an appointment. And if you can hear this ad, if you're in the listening area, they will come to you and get it all drawn up. They have some 0% interest rates available to you, offering a premium wall option. There's always a little perk, a little special going on. Find out more if you're ready to redo the bath. Call our friends at Michael's Baths, 636-775-0800.
Is this a Broadway hit? This sounds like a Broadway hit.
This is Seth
Is this the Bill and Ted Broadway that we referenced earlier?
This is Seth MacFarlane.
Is it really?
The creator of Family Guy. He owns the entire Frank Sinatra archive. He purchased it from Tina Sinatra.
Really?
Like 500 million or something crazy?
Crazy, but there was a lost arrangements, songs that really never got released, that he recorded. He's a huge Frank Sinatra guy and a really good crooner.
You would never guess. You watch Family Guy.
Yeah. I mean, this is the voice of
The
Stewie
brain
Griffin
behind
here.
that,
Yeah.
right.
But yeah, he's huge into crooning and Sinatra.
He's huge into crooning. Not a thing you
Huge
hear.
into crooning. You don't hear that too
No,
often.
a lot of
Like
fun.
swing and big band stuff, yeah.
And stepping up to the tee now here is he's huge into crooning. It's just not a
kind of a fun fact
label you get.
The program's called The Morning After. We're in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Michael Wellington going to be in studio in the 10 o'clock hour, and Brad Thompson will join us from Sacramento, where the Cardinals will have a busman special in the capital city before heading back to St. Louis. And I know they want to fly as quickly as they can, so the whole roster can be at the Dotem tomorrow at Oak Valley.
We have room for them? We hate to turn too many of them away.
We'll make room. We'll make room.
William McGreevy, if he shows up, he'll be on the front end early, shaking hands, hanging out, and then got to go, guys, going to play golf. Something like that.
He's probably going to want some food.
Some Lee's?
He said he
Some
liked
donut
food.
driving?
I don't see him as a big donut guy.
Why do you say that?
Well, he's probably a little more concerned about his nutrition.
You were just raving about the cinnamon twist and the old fashioned an hour ago. I can have Jackson play the audio
Well,
back.
I'm not a professional athlete.
You like custard in your donut there, my friend?
Sure.
Clip that off.
Yeah. Sure.
Doug, they got a little situation going on over in Kansas City. Kansas City hotels say FIFA World Cup bookings are falling well short of expectations. This is, I think, in part because the prices have been upped. Jackson,
the ticket prices are so crazy.
So here's what we got. The American Hotel and Lodging Association says some hotels in the city are not seeing the surge in visitors that they anticipated. Jeff Keeley, who is the GM of Intercontinental Kansas City at the Plaza, said the reality of the booking landscape looks different than what the hotel planned. Quote, it's probably not the boom that we were expecting, but it is still early. I mean, it's a month away. I wish it were, not the peaks and valleys. I wish it were peaks all the time. Another GM. Doug, how do you pronounce this? Is it AIDA? AIDA?
AIDA? AIDA. Isn't that what Alec Baldwin says in Glengarry Glen Ross? AIDA.
And then he built a hotel in Kansas City.
Okay.
We like to say, instead of being like these big mega events, it's going to be, just several Taylor Swift concerts, which no one can complain about. That's still a great day. The reporter said, I reached out to more than 15 hotels. Some declined to answer questions about World Cup bookings, and others said they were not available. Visit Kansas City was also not available for an interview, but provided a statement. While hotel occupancy in Kansas City has not followed the expectations originally projected by FIFA to this point, our hotel community continues to fine-tune their approach to existing demand, leveraging this once-in-a-generation event. That said, there are positive indicators on the horizon. So I don't know what those would be, but they are not doing what they thought they were going to do. And in part, we went through the World Cup tickets in Kansas City, and you can get a lower bowl seat if you're interested for $55,000 to one of the Argentina games.
Still a great night.
Not a chance. I know that there are plenty of rich people out there, but I don't know that there's enough to fill up an entire stadium and every hotel room in Kansas City. You oftentimes wonder what the ceiling is. How much will the public go? How much will they keep spending? Maybe they found that out with the World Cup.
Well, just this morning, FIFA announced the 3 performers who will headline the halftime show during the World Cup final on July 19th.
Okay. We have initials on those?
S.
S.
That's one of them.
Steve.
M.
S. M.
And then BTS.
BTS.
All right.
So those are 3 different acts.
That's correct.
One begins with an X. S.
I have a
Shakira.
Yes!
Oh,
That's actually a pretty good guess.
Score one for me.
Nice.
Score one for me.
What's your Mount Rushmore Shakira hits?
I don't know.
Hips Don't Lie, and then
M.
the other one.
She had a great World Cup song, 2010, the one in South Africa. Yeah.
Doug, do you remember her World Cup song
I don't.
from 2010?
Waka Waka?
Well, pardon me, I don't remember it.
Waka, hey, hey.
Fozzie Bear, right?
I think that video might have like 5 billion views, so I'm not the weird one here.
Doug, you just got called weird.
I know I'm weird. And then we got to figure out the M.
BTS is definitely just BTS, right?
I was going to let that play out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You ruined what I call a sketch and a bit.
He still got M.
Yeah.
M. Madonna.
Yes!
No way.
Doug Vaughn!
Really?
Doug
Wow.
Vaughn!
Madonna's going to play?
That was my first thought, and I said, no way.
Madonna?
Doug, fresh off of wearing a pirate ship on her head to the Met Gala, Madonna will be performing at the halftime show for the finale of the World Cup on July 19th. And is that the Steamers building, Martin? I think the Steamers building's hosting it. Or is that over at MetLife?
It's MetLife.
MetLife. Steamers got World Cup, though.
Oh, yeah.
Of course.
Stanley Steamer, yes.
Yeah, the Ghost of Malibu.
They have a number of World Cup events, but the finale is at MetLife in Jersey. Wow, it's Madonna. That's shocking to me. I guess global appeal still, but
How old she
Really?
getting to be? She's got to be mid-60s.
brand.
When was the last time she had
I'm just saying
a
brand
song that
name.
was...
I know.
All right.
I'm not the weird one. I didn't pick her.
No, I'm the weird one.
And then is BTS, Brad Thompson's show?
Yeah. It's Brad Thompson.
Is that a younger?
It's the Brad Thompson
So
4.
is that the younger outfit? That's why. So
Yes,
they
they're Korean.
balanced it out a little
Yeah,
bit.
Korean boy band.
Korean boy band.
You would have thought they would have had their pick of just about any act for this. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't any big-time pop star relish the chance to
Well, you don't
be
know
the act at
you
the
don't know
World
what
Cup?
the terms are. I think that's one of the issues with the Super Bowl. You don't necessarily get paid, but the pay comes on the back end with having everybody paying attention to your music for those.
Exposure.
Exactly right. Exposure, kind of like how our agents would always say, now the money's not good, and it's a 3-year deal for them, but a 13-week deal for you with a 7-year non-compete. But think about the exposure you get.
And
Those
the
are just
summers
some
are
of the
great
most
there.
horrendous contracts ever signed by an entire industry. We can fire you at any time, pay you only 13 weeks, but you can't go anywhere, nor can you continue to work here.
That's right. That's correct.
Uh-huh. You have to go to another town.
We don't want
after
you,
sit out.
but we're concerned somebody else might.
And therefore,
How
you
that
are
ever-
not allowed to bring in dollars for your family.
How that has ever gotten through the courts, I do not know.
So Madonna makes sense. Why? Let's workshop
Jackson?
this. It makes sense because her catalog's so big and worldwide, people know the name. But
She's
isn't there
certainly a household name. There's no
Right.
doubt about it. But she hasn't had a hit song in how long? And
So who would be a better current? Now the boy band makes sense. International appeal
for sure, they're
younger.
huge. They're huge.
Shakira, international appeal.
Yep. Associated with the World Cup already.
And there's a lot of Latin American soccer interests. That makes sense.
So if you're going for the American
Well, I
woman,
would say, are we looking for a U.S. artist because it's in
Right.
the U.S.?
Chairman, I know he's itching over there, wants to say Sabrina Carpenter. I would.
Would you like to see Brini?
Share that sentiment. She would be more
big enough.
I would love that,
Yes.
but just on Madonna's relevance, she has a new album coming out July 3rd. So it could be like a promotional kind of...
Fair enough.
Well, I get why it makes sense for her.
Yeah, no doubt. She
But
seems
I'm
to be getting
not
a sweet
sure.
deal here.
Yeah.
Your Kansas City correspondent here. They have overblown the impact on the local economy for the past 18 months. The city is a disaster with last-minute street improvement projects. Be happy you got the Battlehawks over there. That's from Mr. Mudjack
gosh.
Mike. He says it's better to have the Battlehawks in the World Cup.
I'd rather have the World Cup. I just think a lot of times it just simply gets down to money, and when you price people out of the market there, they're just not going to show up. You're not going to get the tens and millions of people that you thought you were going to get.
I think the media is overhyping the World Cup. It's an overpriced event for a culturally unpopular sport in the U.S., and most soccer-loving countries love to say how much they hate the United States.
Yeah.
I think that's from Mongo.
Well, there's some truth to that.
I feel like in 1994, I was a young buck, 17, but I feel like it was a bigger deal in 1994. And I realize it hasn't started yet, but I felt like the anticipation was higher in 1994. I don't know if you guys can speak to that, comparatively speaking. Doug, you were KMOV. Martin, where were you? Flagstaff?
Rhinelander, Wisconsin. Humble brag.
Yeah.
Was that the year the women won?
1999.
94, so the U.S. was hosting. It was a huge deal for America. It led to the MLS being launched after that. So
It should also be noted that it's being hosted by North America. There's games in Canada and Mexico, whereas 94 was exclusively hosted by the USA.
They beat Colombia.
We're the ugly Americans papers. We don't acknowledge the others.
Fair enough.
But is it on par? Because that was the first time, right? So that made it seem bigger.
Maybe that's what it was. I don't know. I mean, if I had my holy grail of championships that I've not been able to see yet, it would be the United States winning the World Cup and then Missouri winning a national championship in football. That's
What's more likely to happen?
Probably Missouri.
How dare you?
The rest of the world's just really good at soccer.
But we're America, brother.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that type of rugged belief in yourself has not...
it works
really,
in virtually every other sport.
Right, just not soccer. And I think there's only 8 nations that have ever won a World Cup. How many countries have won the World Cup?
Number 1 in the world right now is Spain, right? Spain, number 1 ranked team in the world, I believe.
Countries.
And the U.S. not even in the top 15, I read yesterday.
World Cup. Only 8 countries have won the men's World Cup in its 92-year history. So it's a hard task.
Yeah.
So bully for Mizzou. It's going to happen, huh?
Well, I think if you're, gun to my head, I'd probably say Mizzou winning is more likely.
It felt bigger back in 1994 because we had never seen these players live. Now, every summer, the best teams in the world come to the United States. And it was when the U.S. team was just starting to become relevant. That's from the Golden Hoosier shoe.
A little more novelty then, yeah.
I'm probably wrong with this. I usually am when I talk soccer. But it doesn't seem like the U.S. has 1 or 2 big superstars that kind of galvanize the fan base.
Right.
We don't have that world-renowned, everybody knows him, one of the best ever players, and never really have.
No.
I mean,
Christian Pulisic's the best player.
Gets injured a lot.
Yeah.
Landon Donovan back in the day.
He was great. Tim Howard.
But not exactly household names in the sports world in this country.
Right. Well, especially because if you are awesome like that, you go play in Europe. You don't play here in America.
But we've never had a Messi or Ronaldo or a Pele or somebody.
You're talking about goats there.
Yeah. I think if we had one, it would really help.
Right.
Somebody that people could rally around and.
You thought it was going to be Freddie Adu.
I did. Yeah, he wasn't though. So I think that's what we need, a superstar too.
KC will screw up the World Cup. I'm going to the lake instead. That's from the Kansas City drug dealer.
How are they going to screw it up?
For the whole World Cup.
I love knowing how angry people are getting right now. That's from Joey Vitale's Orange Scully.
What are they angry about? Angry about the prices of the World Cup events? Yeah, it doesn't bother me that if they've terribly overpriced everything, that people aren't showing up and just submitting to it and say, okay, here's my life savings so I can watch a soccer game. No thanks. Or any other sporting event for that matter.
Somebody give Doug a donut. I'm tired of hearing him. It's from the 636.
I could use a donut, yeah.
You had some cake yesterday after 8:10.
I had a little sliver of cake. There was some out there in the employee lounge. Oh, it was good.
Yeah.
Like a random cake?
It had some sort of compote on it.
What?
I don't know what that is.
It was like a blueberry compote.
It was kind of like a custard with some blueberry in there. I just had a sliver.
We'll be eating donuts tomorrow, boy.
Oh,
Over,
man.
under. I'm probably about 3.5.
Here, let me tell you what the issue is with it. once you have a bite, now you're put to the test. That puts them. If you don't have one, just one bite, you can fade it. Yeah. Then I have that bite, Doug, and here we go. Here we go.
Okay.
I like when people say it's the same as being on crack. Oh, really? So you've done crack? Oh, these things are like crack.
I think I'm going to have a glaze tomorrow, right in between the 9 o'clock and... Oh, we're done at 10.
You're scheduling your glazed donuts?
Wait a minute. Are you workshopping?
It's going to be a celebratory if the program...
Celebratory.
So is it like a perfect... The audience is pulling for anarchy.
Yeah.
And they want to see you fail.
Yeah. Oh, I know it.
I would.
You got a target on your back.
Yeah, I'll be listening.
How are you going to respond?
I'll be listening to Dreams and Nightmares by Meek Mill as I pull into the parking lot.
Same as Doug.
They might even pull a cable just to wrench your day.
Don't put that in people's minds. No.
But are you
think it's live?
You're mapping.
Can do it
now
just
you're
by leaning
mapping
back.
out your donuts, though.
Yeah, celebratory donut.
So it's like a perfect game. If things are going well in the show, you won't eat a donut during the show.
Correct.
Right.
But if 10 o'clock rolls around and everything, all things considered, went well, I'm going to have an original.
That could work to our advantage in our pairing, where we know we're underdogs. We're plus 1,400.
Yeah.
I'm playing poorly. Got my son, got my dad, got my brother-in-law. We're up against Mitch.
Yeah, my cousin.
Yeah, Mitch is a ball striker, Doug.
Is he really?
But I don't think Mitch has ever played in front of the kind of galleries he's going to play in front of tomorrow.
It's true. Yeah, the pressure.
Is there a gallery? There should be. People just kind of
gallery.
Exactly right.
Yeah, people just kind of milling.
So someone says, "What are you doing this Friday?" I'm going to go watch a charity scramble of a radio show I like.
Well, like Dan Jansen could be on hole 8 and just kind of giving updates.
That might put you on some sort of list. I don't know what kind of list, but a list.
A watch list.
It's something.
I think I might bust down some folks just to watch.
You're going to bust them.
Yeah.
Piddles is going to choke tomorrow, just like the loser Wild did last night. That's Sharon and Clayton, and she is really worked up about the Minnesota Wild blowing that 3-0 lead, Doug. You can express your frustration with the Minnesota Wild at 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service, text inbox, and, of course, you can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which is coming up in a matter of mere moments. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. That's Seth Goldcamp and his team. Design Air Heating and Cooling. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client, and we're very happy clients, matter of fact, and we recommend you become a client as well. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, and what Seth is offering to our audience is the following. Go to designairservice.com and sign up for their service plan. Once you do that, now you don't have to worry about anything else because it takes care of everything for you. It's designairservice.com. What they will do is they don't even let you, just don't have to worry about it. Hey, when it starts to cool down, they come up, and they'll test the furnace out. When it starts to warm up, they come out, they test the air conditioning, make sure it's ready for the warm weather months, and everything is on autopilot for you. That's the Design Air Heating and Cooling service plan that you can sign up for now at designairservice.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up. Then we've got Michael Wellington in studio for the 10 o'clock hour and after the morning after. And Brad Thompson is going to join us from Sacramento in the 10 o'clock hour as well. It is TMA. 101 ESPN. It's the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour.
It's true, good things come to those who wait. At Stifel, great things come from knowing when to act. For 135 years now, Stifel's been helping individuals, families, and business owners make thoughtful financial decisions. Founded in St. Louis way back in 1890, Stifel combines deep local roots with national capabilities. From customized wealth management to investment banking and traditional banking, Stifel delivers fully integrated solutions designed for complex financial lives, whether you're growing, preserving, or transitioning wealth. That same long-term mindset is why Stifel proudly supports TMA, because they know success is all about timing and knowing when the moment is actually the moment. Investing, banking, advising. Stifel, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas & Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
So good, man. Doug, are you enjoying this?
I am.
Great song choice, Jackie boy. That's from Doug's favorite quarter zip.
I heard Dean Martin say in an interview once he fashioned his style around one of the Mills brothers.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
About that?
He thought they were so cool. He said, I want to be just like that. I don't know the name of the particular Mills brothers. It was a guy who always had a big smile on his face and was very smooth.
Smooth dog?
He was a smooth dog, yeah.
Doug, they're smooth dogs in the design, air, heating, and cooling. Email of the day.
Sure, the Spider-Man drop's ready.
Iconic. The St. Louis air was static, dry, and cold until a brand new morning tale was told. Tim McKernan took the mic, defied the dorm, and they turned the dial into a perfect storm. He skipped the script and threw the stats away to let the wild, chaotic humor play. From AM bands to digital frontiers, his loyal army followed through the years. The king of morning, sharp and utterly real, he made the listener part of every deal. An icon born of grit and local pride, with St. Louis forever on his side. Doug, that's from Jason. God, that was like a prayer.
Yeah, it was not good.
I don't know if anybody
what
can
if I
do
thought
better.
it was good?
Yeah,
Jeez, Doug,
well, I don't
telling
know.
us what's good or bad.
I think he went a little overboard, perhaps.
Good or bad?
Let's be honest.
Jason.
With all eyes and attention firmly on the pending dotem, let's dive a little deeper into me and my shadow. That quick reprieve and time trip back to the 30s was sports radio at its finest. Cheers to you, Jackie, for searching out the most obscure audio to sear into our brains and eardrums and waste 45 seconds of our valuable time. That audio was the oversized speed bump in an otherwise stellar Thursday program. It was the pimple on an otherwise unblemished face. It was the NA beer tucked into a cooler of ice-cold PBR. It was the worst. Now it's stuck in my brain, and I cannot unhear it. Thanks for nothing, Papers. That's from Bro Fallon.
Oh, Bro Fallon.
Hey, fellas, Big Tank here. Thanks again for asking me to prepare a statement regarding my ongoing contract negotiations with the TMA family of businesses, including, but not limited to, YouTube, the After Show, Twitch, Patreon, Cameo, Martin scrolling Twitter at all times. That's a sponsored segment? TMA East? Doug, what the hell's TMA East?
I don't know what it would be.
And several,
Princessa?
could be, that'd be great. And several emerging platforms currently, quote, in active due diligence. A lot of people are asking if I'm close to officially joining the morning after full time as the show's first ever viceroy of overly invested listeners who think Tim owes them an earnings call every time he makes a decision to keep the show going out of his own paycheck. And that was all capitalized.
Was it really?
So we got to do an earnings call?
That's fair.
Let me just say this. When you bring blue-collar radio instincts and a working knowledge of remnant inventory that, frankly, Tim doesn't possess, leverage shifts. That's negotiations 101. Now, has Tim technically offered me a position? Not formally. But when a man reads 3 of your emails on air over a 14-month stretch and references you twice during a live spot for Mark's Mulch Bra and Legal Advice Emporium.
Oh, one-stop shop.
Doug, it's mulch, bras, and legal advice?
Yeah, it's all there. It's an emporium.
Yeah, things people need, I guess.
That's what we in the business call mutual interest. I am hearing Hubbard's prepared to create a hybrid role somewhere between helping Iggy print the internet and regional viceroy of audience retention west of North County. And look, this hasn't been easy. I walked away from a standing verbal with a sports gambling canoe podcast out of Lake of the Ozarks.
Standing verbal.
Yeah. Passed on equity in a bar rescue-themed yoga studio near the Galleria. Signed the paperwork, Tim. I can almost taste the free housing and sponsored car. Doug, that's Jerry Big Tank Del Vecchio.
Big Tank Del Vecchio.
I was getting in some extra reps last night, re-listening to Monday's program rather than helping my kids with homework. And right there at the end of the show, you touched on how the Rockies were the least likely organization to contend because the challenge of attracting free agent pitchers. It was a big miss to skip over Iggy's sincere suggestion that they truck in air from Missouri for their stadium, ignoring the impact of atmospheric pressure and gravity. As long as the trucks are there, you might as well load them up with some Rocky Mountains and bring them back for tourism in the Mound City. I love the part of the show when you guys tackle science and geography. It's like how Jackson loves Notting Hill. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of counter-protesters of the 1984 Chaminade soccer team.
Okay. Shooter McGavin.
I'm starting to realize something. These email of the day voters don't know what the hell they are doing. Now, I'm not blaming Tim. He always does the right thing, and he always has. Always has, always will, because amazing people do amazing things. And Martin and Doug. Those old codgers are 6 months away from being put out to pasture. So this email is about my hatred of Jackson Burkett. Dude hates everything American. Karate, hockey, dogs. I'm watching you, puppy kicker. But this email is really about my first deep diving experience. I was flunking journalism class, so stayed late for extra credit. He made his move rather quickly. You see this monster bulge in these khakis? That ain't no dangling participle.
Okay. Is that the end of the email? Is Kevin Miller?
Actually, there's a picture of a guy doing like a karate kick in there.
Oh, no. It was Kevin Miller, though.
Well, the name is Mike, and then I don't know how to pronounce the last name.
Mike.
Lightris?
Naughty grammar talk is one of my favorite subcategories of email.
It plays to our core demographic of 4-year-olds.
That was funny.
Well, the guy that wanted to shout out to his 10-year-old said he was listening to the show.
He didn't get it either, did he?
Come with a warning?
No, he got the Mike Lee happy birthday.
Oh, that's all he got.
That's the highest honor you can get.
No, he didn't
Along
get
with the Aaron Andrews.
the Mike Lee.
Aaron Andrews, congratulations.
Ours is the type of presentation where an out-of-breath geriatric Chaminade graduate feels free to drop in at any time and triple down on his cringe-inducing golf updates that nobody asked for. I'm glad he explained the name of the 8th hole at Glen Echo is the Alps, and that's why he was so out of breath when he called in the other day. Dude, we get it. You don't work out, guy. Can we talk about yesterday's iconic episode of the Strode program, DBA Audio Bake Sale? Right out of the gate, everyone's favorite geriatric pervert interrupted Tim's live read because he's too dim to understand that sponsors provide different phone numbers to different advertisers to track return on investment. But that confusion was quickly cleared up when the sponsor texted in to confirm that no one has ever called from Iggy giving out that number.
That was tough.
That was tough.
Oh, boy.
Then there was some nice banter about Tim's heavy male side piece, which led to a wonderful Sopranos side piece discussion where Film Bitch didn't know Juliana Skiff was played by Juliana Margulies. Nice show prep, ass.
Oh.
But the show advanced when Caller Adam tried to join the program, except the hardest working, technically challenged producer in bake sales couldn't get him connected, and then Adam drifted in and out of the conversation while no one was sure if he was doing a bit or not. And then 10 minutes, Iggy was fooled by a Francesa breathing drop into thinking Caller Adam had been on hold the whole time. He's not there, Doug. That's from Buck Swope, DBA, the Recess Lady's Breast.
Buck Swope.
And finally, I realize tomorrow's remote broadcast is the first one this show has ever done. So there's bound to be issues. Might be different if you had to broadcast from a home loan mortgage office in Brentwood, or a grocery store on the Hill, or a sports bar in Maryland Heights, or a small table next to the handsome chairman at a Vegas conference center. or Ballpark Village on opening day, or slap and tickle bout in Illinois on the wrong side of the tracks. It's a disgrace. I better see more open mouth kissing between hosts, or you're losing this listener to Joy FM. They would love to have me. I've been disappointed in this show many times, but never to this extent. I'd like Doug to take 4 weeks paid time off and think about how he can right this sinking ship. That is all. Don't let me down, Jimmy Cruz. That's from the Sexy Robot.
Okay. Sexy Robot.
And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. We shall vote, and then we shall announce the winner at 10:55. BK and Ferrario take over at 11 o'clock. Martin, you are headed to this onboarding, and I guess that means we'll see you tomorrow at Oak Valley for the Donut.
Oak Valley. Looking forward to it.
Yeah,
it's going to be fun. Are you playing?
I am not playing.
Oh, no.
But I'm looking forward to this is my chance. I'm new here. My chance to kind of meet the audience.
How about that?
I love when they introduce
Meet the
themselves
audience.
and say, hey, I'm Bob Smith. I own an insurance company. But I actually text in as Bill's Broken Toaster. Like, oh, nice. Good to meet you.
Have a couple cocktails.
Oh, yeah. And donut. Wash it down with a donut.
Wash it down with a donut, yeah. I mean, meeting little Tommy Tribbins last night was a thrill for me.
I can imagine.
Michael Wellington is here. Dougie's right over there in the Stiefel
I saw
Studios.
him standing over there. Hello, Mike.
And he is looking forward to talking it over here in this 10 o'clock hour, plus after the morning after from 11 to 12. Michael Wellington slides into the dais. Next, the chairman of Birdies for Bipolar, our charity partner for tomorrow's Dotem. That's coming up next. Brad Thompson at 10:15. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update. It's brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. The PGA Championship is underway at Aronimink in Philadelphia. Steven Yeager leads the pack at 4 under, while Bud Cauley and Xander Schauffele right behind him at 3 under par apiece. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Boy, this crooner theme is something else.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is Der Bingle.
Don't fence me in. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are happy to be joined here in the Stiefel studios by a longtime friend of the show. Oftentimes, he has been a participant. He has worked with Gluten Free Perk, but currently caddies for Bo Van Pelt on the PGA Tour Champions. Doug, over on your right is a gentleman by the name of Michael Wellington.
I saw him sitting over there. Hello, Michael.
Good morning. And it's great to see you. People are delighted to have you here in studio with us, not just for this hour, but the upcoming critically acclaimed After the Morning After with Ken Iggy Strode.
So great to be back in St. Louis. I haven't been here since Christmas. Let's talk.
Is that right? Really?
Yeah, Christmas. I have been trying to listen to Mr. Strode's contribution, and I'm certainly delighted to be part of the after show. Will he be here?
Yes, he will.
Yeah. That show hangs over my head like the sword of Damocles.
Yeah, Doug's excited about getting a chance to do another hour. His agent told him it was good exposure.
Well, I mean, if you've listened to the show for years, Iggy hasn't changed one bit.
No.
And that's what sells.
Maybe a little more lazy than he used to be.
Is that right?
A touch more. Well, he's not doing any work now at all.
Michael, Chairman Stephen DeMunn is always thrilled when you come in. Doug, he has sent this text in 4 times. When Wellington comes in, let's not waste a lot of time talking about this golf crap. I want to know how he's doing on the datings app and the Champions Tour. Thank you in advance. That's Chairman Stephen DeMunn. He wants us to cut to the quick.
Okay.
A very fair question. Recently, let's see, Houston was very good, as you would imagine.
The dating app scene?
Yeah, like, when you open up the dating apps, you want quality, right?
This is Grindr that you're usually on?
I haven't used that one yet.
Oh, okay.
But maybe down the road. Not really sure. But Houston was good.
Important a storm.
Birmingham, Alabama was all right.
Oh,
kind of sneaky good. But,
and I need to find one, right?
Yeah, but it's nice to have a diversified portfolio in case maybe you meet up and it might have been a friend picture and the friend you thought it was actually not the friend who represented herself as such.
That's exactly right. They can be misleading.
Bait and switch, Doug. We call that the old bait and switch.
Bait and switch.
I will say, when I got back to town on Monday, I opened it up here. And I've said this before on this show, and I'll say it again. St. Louis is very disappointing.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Is it just because you've seen everyone already?
Yeah, I mean, didn't he hang out at high school parties with most of the people now, and now the faces are full of filler and they're receiving maintenance?
I think there's a part of me that wants to know some of them on the ones in St. Louis, but when you go through it, it's like, no, I don't know anybody, and my goodness, the quality is very subpar.
So this is a live endorsement for the dating scene in St. Louis, Doug.
And you're looking at for what age range are we talking?
Yeah, what are you? Do you have a 2 in front of it?
Yeah, I think my range goes from 27 to 55. I'm in a good spot.
So you could theoretically go out with somebody who was the class of 2017 at the University of, or not, that's at Horton Watkins. Somebody that Jackson passed by in the hallways of Ladue, home of the Rams.
That's right.
Yeah, most of the girls have that on their profile. I went to high school with Jackson Burkett.
Oh, yeah, I knew it, Doug. I told you.
It's a nice feather to have in your cap.
But overall, yeah, it's just a little disarming that their quality isn't quite as good here in St. Louis.
Doug, that's smarts. Well,
I mean, the truth is the truth.
Hey, I mean, you travel around the country, and you're on the apps. Papers, how do you feel about that?
I'm sure it's different for So like my range doesn't go up to 55.
No?
No.
Where do you stop?
Probably 34.
And where does it start?
26.
So you're 1 year off from Michael's.
Yeah. Well,
That's pretty narrow range.
His papers, I guess he's a picky guy.
Yeah,
if I can help you,
yeah,
I feel like the older women are a little bit past all the fun and games and the tomfoolery. You can kind of just cut through the BS.
No doubt. I'm not opposed to that, but I don't know. I feel like I'm in a comfortable spot there.
Well, as you would imagine, when we were on the West Coast in both Tucson and Newport Beach, California, the selections were well above par.
Wow, really? Wow, Doug.
Could that possibly mean there's just more single people there?
Maybe.
That the divorce rate is higher?
That was such a polite maybe.
Or the marriage rate isn't as high as it is here?
I certainly believe that the marriage rate in California is probably not the same as it is here in the great state of Missouri.
Probably.
But just from a physical research standpoint, when you open up the apps on the West Coast or in Florida or Nashville, as we've talked about before, there's just, better quality. Now, that doesn't mean that they're not crazy, but physically,
but you can get over the crazy since it's such a short time that you're going to be with them.
Exactly.
I see.
Is Wellington filtering on never married plus no children? That's from the TMA Reddit Insider. Is that an option on the dating apps? You can say never married and no children on the dating app?
I've not seen that, but I think a lot of times when you start a conversation, most of them will be like, have you ever been married? Do you have children? That's
what it goes right out of the gate.
That's usually one of the first three questions.
And have you been on AM radio?
Of course. HD2.
Well, that's kind of when you want to close. Yeah. That's when you bring in Rivera and enter Sandman.
Is it a big feather in their cap if they have not been married and don't have kids? Is that what you're looking for?
No, I don't view it that way. I mean, maybe that's what the ladies are looking for. They're looking for someone with no blemishes.
I like that
but I certainly don't pigeonhole due to whether they have children or they've already been married. I mean, most of the ones that have been divorced they're probably more apt to have a good time.
He's speaking
in my research.
I just gotta tell you, he's speaking truth.
Okay.
A lot of young moms, unfortunately, on the St. Louis Bumble, Doug. Their cholesterol rate isn't as high in California. That's from Jugs in D.C. He's giving you his opinion on the scene. Michael Wellington is the chairman of Birdies for Bipolar, our charity partner here for the Dotem. And the festivities take place tomorrow at Oak Valley. No PGA Tour champions this week. You carry the bag for Bo Van Pelt out there, and he finished 8th last week.
Yes, we're off this week, and I got extremely lucky. The following week, we go to Morocco, but I'm not going to go because he wanted to take his wife and his daughter, and the tour, they charter a flight for you, and you're only allowed to bring a spouse and your caddy. And I think he thought that I might have been perturbed because I was telling him, let's try and win a tournament so we don't have to go to Morocco. Because I've gone 3 years in a row, and it's a 9-hour flight there, a 10-hour flight back. It's certainly, when you're there, it makes you appreciate the United States of America a lot more.
Isn't it about 150 degrees there, too?
Well, in the past, we've gone in February. I got a feeling it's going to be warmer this time, but I don't think it'll be outlandish. So off this week, off next week, then another week off, and then we go to Madison, Wisconsin for the team event, which I'm looking forward to.
Oh, yeah? Who's the pairing?
We have got two-time U.S. Open champion Retief Goosen as our partner.
Red alert for Jackson. Doug, as you may or may not remember, Jackson is incredibly attracted to Retief Goosen.
Oh, you are?
The goose is loose.
We passed him when we played in the Pro-Am last year, and we had to stop the golf cart so Jackson could take him in.
What?
What? Might be a stretch.
And you screamed, the goose is loose?
Well, no, I just noted it, the goose is loose. I just wanted to see the swing up close. He's always been one of my favorites.
Okay.
Well, I think you guys will like how our team was formed. So Retief's caddy is a good buddy of mine, and he's from Milwaukee. And we realized over the last few years that we both have a large affinity for the movie Major League. So when we speak to each other, it's purely in Major League quotes.
Oh, yeah.
So I went to him in California. We were out there in Newport playing that event about a month ago or so. And I said, hey, do you guys have a partner? And he said, no. I said, well, if I have Bo talk to Goose, can we make this happen? He said, absolutely. And so it did pan out. And, of course, Goosen's caddy sends me the quote from Major League, my kind of team, Charlie. My kind of team.
Look at that. It's a nice squad, Doug.
Yeah.
I might have to get a little play in on this pairing. That's what it sounds like to me.
I don't think that'd be a bad move. I'm not supposed to talk about that type of thing, but...
Well, fortunately, we're in a commercial break, so it's fine.
Oh, good.
I don't know what this means, Doug, but Walrus King is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat and says, saw someone at Deerberg's yesterday and thought, wow. That's from the Walrus King.
I was at Deerberg's yesterday.
You think there's a chance Walrus King ran into you?
Possibly.
We're going to run into Brad Thompson coming up. Michael, you're going to spend this hour and after the morning after with us coming up, and that's a delight. We will talk about the Dotem and Birdies for Bipolar and the work that you are doing with Birdies for Bipolar. We'll talk it over with Brad Thompson live from Sacramento, where the Cardinals will take on the A's today before heading back to St. Louis. And we might have, I've got it at a 8% chance, Cardinal starter today, Mike McGreevy, joining us tomorrow for the festivities, Michael, at Oak Valley. And he's a ball striker, by the way.
Looking forward to Oak Valley. Never been on the property.
Wonderful layout.
Yeah.
Wonderful layout. We enjoyed it last year, so we're going back for tomorrow's Dotem. All that to come here on the program. It's the Design Air Heating and Cooling 10 o'clock hour. Brad Thompson coming up on the Polos Plus dossier. Doug, can you tell us about Design Air, if you would?
Well, sure. Design Air is where you need to go if you have any kind of problem at all with your air conditioner. It's going to get really hot here soon. Stay cool and comfortable all summer long. A professional AC tune-up from Design Air keeps your system running at peak performance, improves energy efficiency, and helps prevent costly breakdowns when you need cool air the most. Their certified technicians inspect, clean, and fine-tune your air conditioner so it's ready to handle whatever St. Louis summer might throw at it. Book your AC tune-up now and enjoy reliable cooling every day. Over time, dust and debris build up inside your system. Moving parts experience normal wear and tear, and efficiency gradually drops, often without any obvious signs. By the time you notice something's off, it's usually the hottest week of the year. That's how it works. A pro tune-up takes care of all that before summer starts. Design Air technicians perform a complete multi-point inspection that covers everything from refrigerant levels and coil cleaning to electrical connections and afterflow. It's a thorough checkup designed to keep your system running smoothly and efficiency. That's Design Air, home of the handsome repairman. You might want to ask for the dashing Steve or perhaps even the bold and daring Adam. Design Air brings the heat.
Come back with more. Brad Thompson, Michael Wellington joining us here on TMA 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. They're online at igotfloored.com with locations in St. Louis, throughout the area, in Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and in St. Peter's. Michael's Passions Flooring, when you order from him, he wants to make sure that you have the best experience for the best price. There is a reason that Michael's Flooring has continued to grow through the 30-plus years. Employees love working for Michael as they feel like family. He makes sure they're taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interest of the buyers at heart. It's Michael's Flooring online at igotfloored.com. Go to igotfloored.com right now. You get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. They are in Creve Coeur. They are in Darden Prairie. They are in St. Peter's. They are Michael's Flooring, and they are online at igotfloored.com. Welcome back to the Morning After, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Michael Wellington sliding into the dais. And Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt filtering phone calls at 314-974-0101. That's how you can call into the show. Callier and Thompson phone lines. And we are joined on the Callier and Thompson phone lines live from the capital city of California, Doug. Sacramento, where the Cardinals and A's will wrap up their 3-game series. Brad Thompson with us here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Morning, Brad.
Good morning, gentlemen. This place is like San Diego 2.0. Are you kidding me? No wonder I missed that first leg of this trip.
Yeah, you got the nice end there with skipping the San Diego one, but getting the Sacramento one. And I'm sure you are you're going to have to return that favor at some point. I really enjoyed. I saw two things. Well, I heard one thing from Ali Marmol, and I saw one thing last night that I liked. I did the game. I thought that was a game where the Cardinals, not that they gave it away, although Ali Marmol did make reference to that. He felt like it was the first time this year they gave a game away. I just thought it was kind of sloppy, and even if you are waking up this morning, you're just glancing at the box score with a late-night game on the West Coast, you go, okay, I guess they were never really in it. But they had an opportunity to really break that thing open, then another opportunity later in the game in the 7th, and they just didn't do some of the things that we have seen, even in losses, that I think have made this team fun to watch. So last night you had some opportunities missed, base running errors, and that led to the defeat. And I liked, number one, Brad Marmol talking about that after the game, and I also liked when Jordan Walker swung and missed at a pitch that he thought he could hit. He expressed some anger, whereas last year and a couple of years before then I thought he looked defeated. Now I like that he's expecting success and showing frustration when he feels like he could help the club. So those are my two things that I like from a game last night that the Cardinals didn't play their best.
Yeah, I think those are a couple of really good takeaways. And Danny Wexelman and I were doing the post-game show, and right after Ollie, we brought it up. I love that. One of the things that, and we talked about this last week, one of the things I think people really like about this team, and not just about the 26-man roster, but about the organization right now, is honesty, right? Like, this is where we're at. This is what we're trying to do. And there was honesty in that ball game last night. Ollie did say, paraphrasing here, but...
Hello? 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 Oh, we lost him. Oh.
The show has a
I don't hear him.
Phone lines. People we don't want getting through get through, and then people that we do want to talk to, we lose.
We can go live from the 8th hole at Glen Echo with no problem. Okay, here we go.
Brad Thompson rejoins us now here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, we're on 101 ESPN, the TMSTL YouTube channel. Brad, are you there?
Hello?
Oh, no.
Hello? No.
Oh, Doug. Boy, Michael, I've worked with Doug now for a couple of decades. I've never seen him so pissed off.
This is it. I don't know that I can continue. I've been angry a lot. Absolutely, I have. Never to this extent.
This is the end for you think?
20-second timeout.
I'm going to need some time away for sure.
Dirty Dan, the garbage man, says the phone lines are on an all-time heater. Jackson is reconnected now with Brad Thompson. Doug, he joins us live from Sacramento, where the Cardinals will try and take the rubber match of this 3-game series with the A's. Brad, good morning.
Where did I lose you guys last time? Where was that at?
You said Tim had just made a couple of nice points.
No, that couldn't have been me.
No, okay. Wrong number.
What was that? Drop him again. Drop him again.
Ali Marmol's quote from last night.
No, it is one. People we talk about this. People enjoying this club, and it's not just the 26-man roster. I think one of the things that people have enjoyed about this club is the honesty, right? The honesty of, like, what is the direction? What are they trying to build? Where are they heading? And there was a lot of honesty after that game with Ollie. And again, it's paraphrasing, but essentially said this is the first time this year thought that we beat ourselves in that game. There were a couple of base running gaffes. There wasn't timely hitting like you normally had because, to your point, look, Cardinals ended up going 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position. They left 10 guys on, had a couple of bunt attempts that did not execute. Like, this team is going to play on the margins. They're going to have to execute the little things, just like they have all season long. So you talk about it, right? You talk about it to the media. You certainly are going to talk about it with your guys. Not that you have to. They know when they don't execute. But the beauty of this team is they've been able to, whether it's good or bad, they've been able to pack away yesterday and get ready for today. So that's what I'm looking forward to. In those similar situations today against Jacob Lopez, the lefty, and the A's, like where do they make some adjustments? How do they figure out ways to execute in a game like that and just play a cleaner style of baseball than last night?
What'd you think of the way Liberatore pitched? And has he reached his ceiling yet as a pitcher, or would you expect to see him continue to improve?
Oh, I don't think he's reached his ceiling by any means. I mean, he's still a young left-handed pitcher, still figuring out exactly how to utilize his arsenal. I think yesterday, and again, tale of two games, right? The first 4 innings, and especially the first 3, cruised through those, had a little bit of traffic in that 4th inning, but through 4 innings, he had 46 pitches. There in that 5th inning, the bottom of the order got him. It was a couple of singles in a row. Then he walked Shea Langoliers. That ended up loading the bases, which you know is going to be trouble in front of Big Amish Nick Kurtz. And, you guys saw it. He hit the slider that was away opposite field for the grand slam. So things escalated quickly right there on Matthew Liberatore. But I don't think he's close to his ceiling. I think that we're starting to see better feel for him, especially with the secondary stuff. That game yesterday, and I didn't get a chance to talk to him after the game. I will today. I think it was the best we've seen his curveball in a game. And he threw it a lot. He got 11 swing and misses overall, not just on the curveball. But that was encouraging. The slider was good. I think the biggest key for Matthew Liberatore, and this is something they've been working on the last couple of years, is just how to best utilize his fastball. Like, his fastball is not one. You look at the numbers against lefties, against righties. That four-seam fastball tends to get hit, right? So how do they sequence it a little bit better, or how does he execute that pitch better just to be able to utilize it more, because you have to be able to establish your fastball to get to the other stuff. But I thought he was cruising along and then just ran into that wall a little bit, but the Cardinals still had a chance in that ball game.
Brad Thompson, our guest here on the morning after. He is live in Sacramento with the Cardinals, where they will take on the A's and then head back to St. Louis. Royals for the weekend, Pirates coming up. A couple great weekend opportunities for fans to see this team. Looks like the weather will be favorable. And then in 2 weeks, the Cubs coming to town for what could very well be, surprisingly, a big series. I'm curious what you heard from the guys. I know you got that delightful travel arrangement where you didn't go to San Diego but did go to Sacramento. Following what took place on Sunday in San Diego, because another thing that Ali Marmol said that stood out this week, outside of being disappointed in the performance last night and the first time they gave away a game, was how guys were really pissed off Sunday. You're 1 strike away from taking 3 or 4 from the Padres to follow up taking 2 or 3 from the Dodgers, and then you have that happen. It's not like you gave it away, but it was certainly a gut punch loss. Did you hear anything about that? I like the fact that they came out on Tuesday after a day off and clearly responded. I'm curious if you heard anything about that from the guys or anybody around the broadcast.
No, they're not talking about that, but it goes back to exactly what you were talking about with Jordan Walker, him showing the frustration when he swung at a pitch that he shouldn't, instead of, I'll work on that next time. Like, it comes down to now this club is expecting things. They're expecting the good things to happen. They're expecting to win. And I don't care if the outside world looks at this roster and says, this team can't do anything. They do, right? Internally, they look at it like they should be winning, and they should have won that game, a strike away from it. And you should be pissed off. Like, at any level, I don't care. Like, if you have a kid at a youth level, and obviously there are limits, right? If you get a kid that's angry about losing or upset about losing, that's a good thing. Like, they care. So this group cares deeply, right? But they don't get it to the point where they just dwell on it and it haunts them for games to come. And I agree with you. I love seeing that response they had in the first inning, scoring a 4 spot. That was the most runs they've had in the first inning in a couple of years, I think. So that was great to see. But that's been one of the best things to watch with this ball club, is just how they respond to different situations. They are a pain in the butt. We had Heimblum on the team, or on the broadcast last night, and he referenced that again. He's like, we want other teams to know when they play us. Like, they're going to feel it afterwards. It's just a relentless group, and we get a chance to see it night in and night out.
We're still a little bit away from Lars Nootbaar coming back, but it seems like when he gets there, he's a guy that could give him a little bit of intensity, a little bit of a spark. Do you agree with that? That he'd be a kind of a good guy to be to be getting back midway through the season?
Well, I think he's a great guy to end up getting back. I don't think this team's lacking spark by any means, but they could certainly use another established player, right, in it. And what that breeds is, first of all, getting a guy back that has had some success at the big league level. And I think Newt would be the first one to tell you he still has a lot that he wants to prove at this level. But it also breeds a little competition because as soon as he comes back, other guys are going to be fighting for playing time. So what does that look like? How do they deal with some of that pressure? I think that's a great thing. The best teams are competitive with their roster spots all around. So I look forward to Newt. I believe he's going out starting his rehab over this weekend. Heim said he's feeling as good as he had. I mean, I can only imagine having surgery on both heels. Couldn't be a comfortable process coming back from, but he's running free and easy. So I look forward to that. I think it'll be interesting to see, too, where he fits in the lineup. I could certainly see him being a guy that you slot right behind Jordan Walker, maybe. He's got a little power potential, also on-base skills there, but we'll see what Ollie and his crew decide on. But I'm looking forward to getting him back.
That's Brad Thompson in Sacramento. Cardinals wrapping things up on the road trip back to St. Louis after today against the A's. Mike McGreevy on the mound for the Redbirds. Brad, always appreciate the perspective. Safe travels back, and we'll look forward to talking again next week, man.
All right. Thanks, guys. You enjoy your weekend.
You too. That's Brad Thompson with us here on TMA. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Michael Wellington with you on the program. Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt handling the phone lines. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN. Universal Windows Direct has a wonderful opportunity for you here as the weather has broken. Maybe you've been waiting for the weather to break to finally deal with those old drafty windows. Well, now here we are. Great weather in the St. Louis area. Temperatures in the 80s. And if your windows have been giving you trouble letting in heat and driving up your energy bills, this is the time to take care of it before summer really kicks in. And that's where Universal Windows Direct really stands out. Right now, when you buy 2 windows, you get 2 free, and there's no limit. The more you upgrade, the more you save. Plus, you'll get 24 months with no payments and no interest. So you can move forward with your project now and not worry about paying for it for 2 full years. And this month, they're also offering a $500 bonus off your home improvement project. So call 314-334-2522. Or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free estimate today to start enjoying fewer drafts, more consistent temperatures, and lower energy bills. Upgrade with confidence and enjoy the comfort, savings, and peace of mind that come with it. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. It's TMA 101 ESPN, and Doug, we are now officially within 24 hours of balls in the air for the Dotem.
Okay.
A storied event that, I think one of the things that the PGA Tour has to consider is, do they want one of their majors going up against the Dotem? And will they reschedule the PGA
Probably
Tour?
poor scheduling on their part. We did give somebody a jacket once. Was that from the Dotem or was that the Fan Page Club Championship?
Jackson?
Fan Page Club Championship.
Okay.
What kind of jacket?
It wasn't a green. Was it a green jacket? It was one of my old sport coats from my closet.
I should have known that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we didn't go out and spend any money, of course. Something that didn't fit me anymore.
Couldn't possibly.
Did it fit the winner?
Well, I think it did. Yeah.
But obviously, that wasn't really our concern, and we sure as hell weren't going to see a Taylor.
No, we weren't.
Michael, your charity, Birdies for Bipolar, our charity partner for this year's Dotem. For those not familiar, let the audience know the backstory and what Birdies for Bipolar does.
Well, we're certainly a mental health awareness organization, but we have a specific goal with something we're doing right now that the Dotem is going to help with the contribution from Hubbard, which we very much appreciate. So in 2013, when we started Birdies for Bipolar, I called the VA hospital and I asked if they could send us some veterans to play in our inaugural event, and they wound up sending us 8 veterans to play, and they sent their moderator, who's a wonderful man named Herman Lugie. Herman was the recreational therapy director at the VA hospital for 36 years. Just a great man. And when I met him that day, we had that event at Gateway. He said, Mike, we're going to start playing every Thursday at Arlington Greens. We're going to try to get veterans to come out and see if we can, formulate a league, if you will. And he said, would you like to come and play? So of course, I said, yeah, if I'm in town. At this point, this is before I started caddying for Chris and Chris Nagel and anywhere else on tour. So I was there, for 2 or 3 years every Thursday. And, when we started off, we would only get 6 veterans or maybe 8 guys. Yeah. The most we ever had on a Thursday was maybe 12. Well, about 3 years ago, I showed up when I was in town one Thursday to play with the guys, and Herman pulled me aside and he said, I don't know if you know this, but we are now averaging 79.5 veterans every Thursday.
Wow.
Now, COVID helped that as well, but it was all word of mouth, all organic, and it got to the point where, they have tee times every Thursday at Arlington Greens from 11 a.m. to like 2:30. And we had one guy that was driving, one veteran, an Army veteran who was driving every Thursday from Indianapolis to come and play in the league.
5 hours or so?
Yeah, something like that. Mm-hmm. And so in talking to Herman and trying to figure out how we were going to expand even further, because we realized that, these guys, this is something they look forward to. I mean, they have a point system now, and they all throw in like $5 or $10 each week for gambling, and they have an end-of-the-year champions breakfast, and it's a really cool, organized thing now. But the problem we were running into is, with this golf season in St. Louis and Southern Illinois being so short, they had nothing to do from, let's say, Halloween until, the beginning of May. And so we came up with the idea that we're going to build an indoor golf simulator facility. And, I brought it to a couple golf courses on the east side. Nobody was really biting on it, which was kind of surprising to me because not only would we be able to, the veterans would use it for a couple days a week, but it would be, new revenue for the facility that wanted to put it in play. Well, luckily, about a year and a half ago, I went to Tom O'Toole, who's obviously working on the deal at Normandy with Jack Nicklaus and the Normandy renovation. And I said, Tom, what do you think about us putting this facility on your property? And he liked the idea. And we came up with the plan to put our simulator building and double it as the halfway house, and we're going to place it on the back of the driving range at the new Normandy. It's going to have 3 hitting bays, and obviously you can go in there and get hot dogs and beer and whatever. So that's what we're doing. That's why we're going to be involved with you guys at the Dotem. We're going to do other fundraising events, and so we're excited because this is something that the veterans are going to be able to use every Thursday to continue their league in the wintertime, and also hopefully another day during the week that they can use it. And it's really cool because when you get all those guys together, to me, golf is just the vehicle. It's almost secondary, right? It's like all the Army guys mess with the Marines and the Marines mess with the Air Force guys, and it's just an excuse to get them all together. And I think it's going to be, the Normandy project in itself is going to be the biggest thing to hit St. Louis golf since, let's say, Gateway National opened, 25 years ago. So, and the really awesome piece to all of it is we're going to name the building after a fallen Navy SEAL from St. Louis. His name is Scotty Wirtz. He was in Syria in 2019. He was involved with a 16-man team. They were really literally hunting ISIS, and they were ambushed at a hotel in Syria, and he lost his life. And so we're going to name the building after him. But the really cool caveat is that Scotty Wirtz's father and all of his friends grew up in North County, and they used to play Normandy regularly. So there's all sorts of synergy. Scotty Wirtz's dad was a pipe fitter for 50 years. We spoke with the pipe fitters, the local 562. They're going to help us with the build of the facility. They're going to help us with, the things that are inside, some things that are outside. So it's a very St. Louis type thing where people coming from all different angles want to help and want to get involved. And to be able to put Scotty's name on the building, that's going to be pretty cool.
I think I've seen his name on the highway out around Lake St. Louis.
That's correct.
That's right. Yep, That's exactly right. We got a text here from a listener. Let me see what I got. Is there a way to support the charity? This is from Jugs in D.C. Is there a way to support the charity if we are not able to make it to the Dotem? He is in the District of Columbia. I know we have people who may be natives of St. Louis, but listen, and as they now have relocated, is there any way that people can donate, Michael, to the cause?
Yes. Now, as Tim knows, we had a little trouble getting our Venmo situated.
But you know who we communicated with, Doug?
No.
I probably shouldn't say who, but we got it taken care of.
Okay. Well, it's very ironic.
Yes,
who we
it
did
is.
Communicate
It is.
with.
Deke Dotem himself.
Oh, no.
Used to work at Venmo.
Oh, did he?
How about that?
Yeah, so I think Jesse Kowalski's going to have, all the information on the Hubbard website with our Venmo information. So you can go there if you want to contribute. We would love for you to do that.
What is the website? What's it going to be? TMASTL.com, and then also...
I think it'll be on TMA. I'm going to check... I'm going to check the name of the Venmo because obviously, thanks to Mr. Dotem's help.
There was an issue with the Venmo and Doug Dotem. That's why he's such a great patron saint for this show.
Spend it indefinitely.
That he helped the cause and our charity partner.
Yeah, the Venmo handle is at Bipolar Birds. Bipolar is capital B and Birds is capital B, at Bipolar Birds, and that's the one we'll use for the event tomorrow. And obviously any help is appreciated. It's a big project.
And this is a form of therapy for the veterans?
Yeah, this is stuff that I've learned in doing this, right? So when I met Herman Lugie, who is the recreational therapy director at the VA hospital, they have all sorts of things down there at the hospital. I went down and have seen, they have, a bowling alley, they've got a pool, they've got all these different things you can do. Well, golf is certainly one that they can do outside. And, one of the really cool things that happened with this is they formed their own organization. It's called the Arlington Greens Veterans Golf Association because they grew so much in the course of let's say 4 or 5 years. And so now, in addition to this event and this project we're doing, we've sent these guys to different places around the country to play in certain events. Some of them are amputees. We send some of them to amputee events. We have one gentleman, his name is Bobby Hutchinson, who's an amputee. He wound up representing the United States in the National Amputee, let's call it the Ryder Cup. So he went over to Scotland and played, and so we helped him pay for that. And it's been really cool to watch it all kind of develop from those days like in 2013, 14, and 15 when I was going out there and we only had 6 or 8 guys to now, tee times from 11 a.m. to 2:30 every Thursday. So tip of the cap to Herman for really doing a lot with that league.
That is Michael Wellington. He is the chairman, the founder of Birdies for Bipolar. Jugs in D.C. said donation sent. Love you, Welly. You can donate as well. It is the Dotem, and it's taking place tomorrow at Oak Valley. It is our annual tournament, and we will be live from there 7 to 10 tomorrow, and from 10 to 11 we're just going to play the best of Movie Boy. Is that what we're doing?
That's right.
The best of Movie Boy.
No fooling.
Yep.
Okay.
Gareth and Jackson.
Well, that'd be some strong programming.
It always is here on these airwaves, isn't it? From what I can tell.
Yeah, you better believe it. So we are looking forward to that. Michael Wellington, chairman of Birdies for Bipolar, the Dotem, coming your way tomorrow. This is the Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Caw-caw. You hear that, Battlehawk fans? That's the sound of Battlehawks football, and it's back at the Dome for the 2026 season. And Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken wants you to be a part of it. That's why their new Battlehawks box will get you 4 of their famous hand-bread chicken strips and an order of potato wedges. Plus, on top of that, you get a code valid for buy one, get one free Battlehawk tickets. With this deal, you can get game day ready with a Battlehawks box for just $9.99 at any St. Louis area Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken location. Again, 4 of their famous hand-bread chicken strips and an order of potato wedges, plus a code valid for buy one, get one free Battlehawks tickets, all for just $9.99. Thanks to our friends at Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, who will be providing lunch for the Dotem tomorrow. You can get the Battlehawks box in-store or by ordering online on Lee's new mobile app, where you can also earn points for free food and discounts. That's our friend over at Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, partnering up with the Battlehawks. This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals and A's today, 2:05 p.m. first pitch with Michael McGreevy towing the slab for the Redbirds. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Lifetime Roofing, the sponsor of the Lifetime Roofing Lead here on TMA. And the program started with Cardinal conversation with the loss last night. Lifetime Roofing online at lifetimeroofingstl.com, serving the St. Louis metro area since 2005. That's veteran and locally owned business. Dustin McClendon is the owner. St. Louis metro area only company, not a storm-chasing operation, not out-of-towners, and certainly not corporate. Their focus is the St. Louis area community only, and they're not franchise or PE-owned. They're locally owned, and therefore they are locally accountable to you. So if you are in the roofing market, check out Lifetime Roofing online at lifetimeroofingstl.com or call 314-800-0426. Ask about their literal lifetime warranty on new roofs and James Hardy Siding, Lifetime Roofing, STL.com. Jackson Burkett has the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email.
Oh, this will be fun.
Big Tank Del Vecchio.
Jerry Big Tank Del Vecchio gets the win.
He's a force when he writes in. He's not an everyday type of guy, but when he does, he's a force.
Yeah, it's like Rory. When he shows up, you know he's going to be present, but most of the time he doesn't show up.
Yeah.
And for the record, Rory is not leading the PGA. Well, if you watch the Spread Zone, you're delighted because you got the pick of Aldrich Potgieter on the Spread Zone, Doug, along with Cam Young. And yes, Aldrich Potgieter has completed his round. He's in the clubhouse and tied for the lead.
What kind of name is that? Where is he from?
South Africa. Bomber, Martin.
Big hitter.
Martin. Michael.
Long.
325 average driving distance to lead the PGA Tour, and he's a young gentleman, too. We're heading down the hallway for our nonsense. BK and Ferrario are coming in for 11 to 2. For Jackson Bennett Burkett, for Chairman Cart, for Martin Kilcoyne, for Michael Wellington, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios.